Preface of The Great Encyclical Letters of Pope Leo XIII. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Great Encyclical Letters of Pope Leo XIII, translated from approved sources. Preface. The popular demand for the encyclicals and apostolical letters of a Roman Pontiff is something so novel as to constitute of itself a proof of the esteem in which he is held. It would seem that whatever is written of Leo XIII in books or newspapers, instead of satisfying the universal desire for a knowledge of him, only inspires the wish to know more, and the conclusion that the writings of a man of such powers and worldwide sympathies must contain messages of interest and benefit to all humanity. It is precisely the merit of the letters of the late Pope that no matter when they were written or to whom they were addressed, they are of actual and universal interest, as intelligible to laymen and illiterate as to the theologian and scholar, as urgent in their appeals to those who are not within the fold of which he was chief pastor, as to the children of the household. His arguments could not but command attention, drawn as they were from history, experience, and reason, as well as from Scripture and tradition, and his sincere interest in the civil and social improvements of every nation, whether Catholic or not, made all hearken to his plea for religion as a chief factor of true progress. The letters which we have selected are all characteristic of Leo. Taken together, they express his sentiments on the chief questions of a time which, owing to his great influence in civil as well as in ecclesiastical matters, is really an epoch in the history of men. His influence on scientific studies alone is sufficient proof of this. Never was science so arrogant as when Leo XIII began to recommend to Catholics the study of sound philosophy. 25 years ago, scientists everywhere were proclaiming oracularly, like Tyndall and Huxley, among the English-speaking nations, the victory of science over religion. When Leo declared that there could be no question of victory where there was no conflict, and that only men who were ignorant of the true nature of religion and science could consider them mutually antagonistic. If today a brunetier, without fear of contradiction, can proclaim science bankrupt, it is in a great measure because Leo's encyclical on the study of St. Thomas and scholastic philosophy inspired Catholic scientists, and through their influence non-Catholic scientists as well, to study both theology and science more ardently, systematically, and conservatively, and with such success in reconciling their apparent disagreements that the best scientists of our day recognize how each is but a study from a different aspect of the same great first cause and its effects, and that each must necessarily, therefore, be in accord with the other. Lord Kelvin's words, "Science positively affirms creative power. We are absolutely forced by science to believe with perfect confidence in a directive power," and his further assertion, "If you think strong enough, you will be forced by science to the belief in God, which is the foundation of all religion. You will find science not antagonistic, but helpful to religion," are but a re-echo of Leo's utterances a quarter of a century ago. A perusal of the letters contained in this volume will satisfy the reader that in other spheres, as well as in that of science, in education, sociology, and statesmanship, the late Pontiff, by adapting himself to his age and studying carefully its needs and possibilities, has so far influenced its thought and tendencies, and so plainly altered its current of events, as to have opened a new era in its history. It will perhaps be an exaggeration to say that never before had a supreme pontificate been exercised with more distinction than by Leo XIII, but surely in no pontiff has the world at large appreciated so well as in him the nature, duties, and prerogatives of the papal office, and this appreciation is due chiefly, if not entirely, to his pontifical acts as a teacher, ruler, and high priest, whose teachings, authority, and spiritual ministration have exercised an influence on all humanity, as well as on his own subjects. As teacher, Leo XIII was not content with recommending true doctrine or urging reforms and improvements in Catholic universities and seminaries, but setting an example, he issued, in season and out of season, his own instructions based on the soundest principles of reason and revelation about the family, liberty, socialism, the relations of the working man and his employers, the right use of political powers, the menace of secret societies to the governments that harbor them, the duties of Christian citizens, and the constitution of Christian states. As ruler, he exercised a singular power over his cardinals and bishops, many of whom he was magnanimous enough to appoint when their views and policy did not coincide entirely with his own. By counsel, direction, and command, he was ever aiding them to govern their dioceses and to impart to the faithful proper guidance in every matter affecting faith and morals. As priest and pontiff, he was solicitous for the unity, integrity, and splendor of Christian worship, instituting many reforms in the observance of the liturgy and in ecclesiastical music. But he was more solicitous still for the interior holiness of the faithful, as appears by his letters on human liberty, the right ordering of Christian life, marriage, the Holy Spirit, Christ the Redeemer, and by his zeal in raising to the altars the approved models of Christian perfection in every walk of life. An ardent love of truth, an unwavering determination to preserve peace and concord, not only among Catholics, but between them and their fellow citizens, whether believers in Christianity or not, and an unfailing spirit of hope are the chief characteristics of Leo in these encyclicals. The great pontiff was no pessimist. If he never lost sight of the evils afflicting humanity, neither did he ever fail to provide a remedy, nor an occasion to take comfort in what was good, and to praise most generously all who had labored to accomplish it. In this he was really the vicar of Christ. From his tribulations learning patience, from patience trial, and from trial hope, the hope that confoundeth not, because it shared in the supreme confidence of Christ in humanity, who, as Leo loved to remind men, was willing, when we were yet weak, according to the time, to die even for the ungodly. For translations of encyclicals not specially made for this book, we are indebted to The Tablet, The American Catholic Quarterly Review, The Catholic World, The Messenger, The Catholic Mind, The Pope and the People, and various pamphlets published by Benzinger Brothers. End of Preface. Section 1 of The Great Encyclical Letters of Leo XIII. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. On the evils affecting modern society, their causes and remedies. Encyclical Letter Inscrutabili, April 21, 1878. When by God's unsearchable design we, though all unworthy, were raised to the heights of apostolic dignity, at once we felt ourselves moved by an urgent desire and, as it were, necessity to address you by letter, not merely to express to you our very deep feeling of love, but further, in accordance with the task entrusted to us from heaven, to strengthen you who are called to share our solicitude, that you may help us to carry on the battle now being waged on behalf of the Church of God and the salvation of souls. For, from the very beginning of our pontificate, the sad sight has presented itself to us of the evils by which the human race is oppressed on every side, the widespread subversion of the primary truths on which, as on its foundations, human society is based, the obstinacy of mind that will not brook any authority, however lawful, the endless sources of disagreement, whence arise civil strife, and ruthless war and bloodshed, the contempt of law which moulds characters and is the shield of righteousness, the insatiable craving for things perishable, with complete forgetfulness of things eternal, leading up to the desperate madness whereby so many wretched beings in all directions scruple not to lay violent hands upon themselves, the reckless mismanagement, waste, and misappropriation of the public funds, the shamelessness of those who, full of treachery, make semblance of being champions of country, of freedom, and every kind of right, in fine, the deadly kind of plague which infests society in its inmost recesses, allowing it no respite, and foreboding every fresh disturbances and final disaster. Now, the source of these evils lie chiefly, we are convinced, in this, that the holy and venerable authority of the Church, which in God's name rules mankind, upholding and defending all lawful authority, has been despised and set aside. The enemies of public order, being fully aware of this, have thought nothing better suited to destroy the foundations of society than to make an unflagging attack upon the Church of God, to bring her into discredit and odium by spreading infamous calumnies and accusing her of being opposed to genuine progress. They labor to weaken her influence and power by wounds daily inflicted, and to overthrow the authority of the Bishop of Rome, in whom the abiding and unchangeable principles of right and good find their earthly guardian and champion. From these causes have originated laws that shake the structure of the Catholic Church, the enacting whereof we have to deplore in so many lands. Hence to have flowed forth contempt of episcopal authority, the obstacles thrown in the way of the discharge of ecclesiastical duties, the dissolution of religious bodies, and the confiscation of property that was once the support of the Church's ministers and of the poor. Thereby public institutions, vowed to charity and benevolence, have been withdrawn from the wholesome control of the Church. Thence also has arisen that unchecked freedom to teach and spread abroad all mischievous principles, while the Church's claim to train and educate youth is in every way outraged and baffled. Such, too, is the purpose of the seizing of the temporal power, conferred many centuries ago by divine providence on the Bishop of Rome, that he might without let or hindrance use the authority conferred by Christ for the eternal welfare of the nations. We have recalled to your minds, venerable brothers, this deathly mass of ills, not to increase the sorrow naturally caused you by this most sad state of things, but because we believe that from its consideration you will most plainly see how serious are the matters claiming our attention, as well as devotedness, and with what energy we should work and, more than ever, under the present adverse conditions, protect, so far as in us lies, the Church of Christ, and the honor of the Apostolic See, the objects of so many slanders, and assert their claims. It is perfectly clear and evident, venerable brothers, that the very notion of civilization is a fiction of the brain, if it rests not on the abiding principles of truth and the unchanging laws of virtue and justice, and if unfeigned love knit not together the wills of men, and gently control the interchange and the character of their mutual service. Now, who would make bold to deny that the Church, by spreading the gospel throughout the nations, has brought the light of truth amongst people utterly savage and steeped in foul superstition, and has quickened them alike to recognize the divine author of nature, and duly to respect themselves? Further, who will deny that the Church has done away with the curse of slavery, and restored men to the original dignity of their noble nature, and, by uplifting the standards of redemption in all quarters of the globe, by introducing or shielding under her protection the sciences and arts, by founding and taking into her keeping excellent charitable institutions which provide relief for ills of every kind, has throughout the world, in private or in public life, civilized the human race, freed it from degradation, and with all care trained it to a way of living such as befits the dignity and the hopes of man? And if any one of sound mind compare the age in which we live, so hostile to religion and to the Church of Christ, with those happy times when the Church is revered as a mother by the nations, beyond all question we will see that our epoch is rushing wildly along the straight road to destruction. While in those times which most abounded in excellent institutions, peaceful life, wealth, and prosperity, the people showed themselves most obedient to the Church's rule and laws. Therefore, if the many blessings we have mentioned, due to the agency and saving help of the Church, are the true and worthy outcome of civilization, the Church of Christ, far from being alien to or neglectful of progress, has a just claim to all men's praise, as its nurse, its mistress, and its mother. Furthermore, that kind of civilization which conflicts with the doctrines and laws of Holy Church is nothing but a worthless imitation and a meaningless name. Of this those people on whom the gospel light has never shone afford ample proof, since in their mode of life a shadowy semblance only of civilization is discoverable, while its true and solid blessings have never been possessed. Undoubtedly that cannot by any means be accounted the perfection of civilized life which sets all legitimate authority boldly at defiance. Nor can that be regarded as liberty which, shamefully and by the vilest means, spreading false principles, and freely indulging the sensual gratification of lustful desires, claims impunity for all crime and misdemeanor, and thwarts the goodly influence of the worthiest citizens of whatever class. Delusive, perverse, and misleading as are these principles, they could not possibly have any inherent power to perfect the human race and fill it with blessing, for sin maketh nations miserable. Such principles, as a matter of course, must hurry nations, corrupted in mind and heart, into every kind of infamy, weaken all right order, and thus, sooner or later, bring the standing and peace of the state to the very brink of ruin. Again, if we consider the achievements of the See of Rome, what can be more wicked than to deny how much and how well the Roman bishops have served civilized society at large? For our predecessors, to provide for the people's good, encountered struggles of every kind, endured to the utmost burdensome toils, and never hesitated to expose themselves to most dangerous trials. With eyes fixed on heaven, they neither bowed down their head before the threats of the wicked, nor allowed themselves to be led by flattery or bribes into unworthy compliance. This apostolic chair it was that gathered and held together the crumbling remains of the old order of things. This was the kindly light by whose help the culture of Christian times shone far and wide. This was an anchor of safety in the fierce storms by which the human race has been convulsed. This was the sacred bond of union that linked together nations distant in region and differing in character. In short, this was a common centre from which was sought instruction in faith and religion, no less than guidance and advice for the maintenance of peace and the functions of practical life. In very truth, it is the glory of the Supreme Pontiffs that they steadfastly set themselves up as a wall and a bulwark to save human society from falling back into its former superstition and barbarism. Would that this healing authority had never been slighted or set aside! Assuredly, neither would the civil power have lost that venerable and sacred glory, the lustrous gift of religion, which alone renders the state of subjection noble and worthy of man. Nor would so many revolutions and wars have been fomented to ravage the world with desolation and bloodshed, nor would kingdoms, once so flourishing, but now fallen from the height of prosperity, lie crushed beneath the weight of every kind of calamity. Of this the people of the East also furnished an example, who, by breaking the most sweet yoke that bound them to this apostolic see, forfeited the splendor of their former greatness, the renown in science and art, and the dignity of their sway. Of these remarkable benefits, however, which illustrious monuments of all ages prove to have flowed upon every quarter of the world from the Apostolic See, this land of Italy has had the most abounding experience. For it has derived advantages from the See of Peter, proportionate to the greater nearness of its natural situation. Unquestionably to the Roman Pontiffs it is that Italy must own herself indebted for the substantial glory and majesty by which she has been preeminent amongst nations. The influence and fatherly care of the popes have upon many occasions shielded her from hostile attack and brought her relief and aid, the effect of which is that the Catholic faith has been ever maintained inviolate in the hearts of Italians. These services of our predecessors, to omit mention of many others, have been witnessed to in a splendid manner by the records of the times of St. Leo the Great, Alexander III, Innocent III, St. Pius V, Leo X, and other pontiffs, by whose exertions or protection Italy has escaped unscathed from the utter destruction threatened by barbarians, has kept unimpaired her old faith, and, amid the darkness and defilement of a ruder age, has cultivated and preserved in vigor the lustre of science and the splendor of art. To this, furthermore, bears witness our own fostering city, the home of the popes, which under their rule reaped this special benefit, that it not only was the strong citadel of the faith, but also became the refuge of the liberal arts, and the very abode of culture, winning for itself the admiration and respect of the whole world. As these facts in all their amplitude have been handed down in historical records for the perpetual remembrance of posterity, it is easy to understand that it is only with hostile design and shameless calumny, meant to mislead men, that any one can venture in speech and in writing to accuse the Apostolic See of being an obstacle to the civil progress of nations and to the prosperity of Italy. Seeing, therefore, that all the hopes of Italy and of the whole world lie in the power, so beneficent to the common good and profit, wherewith the authority of the Apostolic See is endowed, and in the close union which binds all the faithful of Christ to the Roman Pontiff. We recognize that nothing should be nearer our hearts than how to preserve safe and sound the dignity of the Roman See, and to strengthen ever more and more the union of members with the Head, of the children with their Father. Wherefore, that we may above all things, and in every possible way, maintain the rights and freedom of this Holy See, we shall never cease to strive that our authority may meet with due deference, that obstacles may be removed which hamper the free exercise of our ministry, and that we may be restored to that condition of things in which the design of God's wisdom had long ago placed the Roman Pontiffs. We are moved to demand this restoration, venerable brethren, not by any feeling of ambition or desire of supremacy, but by the nature of our office, and by our sacred promise, confirmed on oath, and further, not only because this sovereignty is essential to protect and preserve the full liberty of the spiritual power, but also because it is an ascertained fact that, when the temporal sovereignty of the Apostolic See is in question, the cause of the public good and the well-being of all human society in general are also at stake. Hence, we cannot omit, in the discharge of our duty, which obliges us to guard the rights of Holy Church, to renew and confirm in every particular by this our letter those declarations and protests which Pius IX, of sacred memory, our predecessor, on many and repeated occasions, published against the seizing of the civil sovereignty and the infringement of rights belonging to the Roman Church. At the same time, we address ourselves to princes and chief rulers of the nations, and earnestly beseech them, in the august name of the Most High God, not to refuse the Church's aid proffered them in a season of such need, but with united and friendly aims to join themselves to her as the source of authority and salvation, and to attach themselves to her more and more in the bonds of hearty love and devotedness. God grant that, seeing the truth of our words, and considering within themselves that the teaching of Christ is, as Augustine used to say, a great blessing to the state if obeyed, and that their own peace and safety, as well as that of their people, is bound up with the safety of the Church, and the reverence due to her, they may give their whole thought and care to mitigating the evils by which the Church and its visible head are harassed, and so it may at last come to pass that the peoples whom they govern might enter on the way of justice and peace, and rejoice in the happy era of prosperity and glory. In the next place, in order that the union of hearts between their chief pastor and the whole Catholic flock may daily be strengthened, we here call upon you, venerable brethren, with particular earnestness, and strongly urge you to kindle, with priestly zeal and pastoral care, the fire of the love of religion among the faithful entrusted to you, that their attachment to this chair of truth and justice may become closer and firmer, that they may welcome all its teachings with thorough assent of mind and will, wholly rejecting such opinions, even when most widely received, as they know to be contrary to the Church's doctrine. In this matter, the Roman Pontiffs, our predecessors, and last of all, Pius IX, of sacred memory, especially in the General Council of the Vatican, have not neglected, so often as there was need, to condemn wide-spreading errors, and to smite them with the apostolic condemnation. This they did, keeping before their eyes the words of St. Paul, "Beware lest any man cheat you by philosophy and vain deceit, according to the tradition of men, according to the elements of the world, and not according to Christ." All such censures we, following in the steps of our predecessors, do confirm and renew from this apostolic seat of truth, whilst we earnestly ask of the Father of lights that all the faithful, brought to thorough agreement in the like feeling and the same belief, may think and speak even as ourselves. It is your duty, venerable brothers, sedulously to strive that the seed of heavenly doctrine be sown broadcast in the field of God, and that the teachings of the Catholic faith may be implanted early in the souls of the faithful, may strike deep root in them, and be kept free from the ruinous blight of error. The more the enemies of religion exert themselves to offer the uninformed, especially the young, such instruction as darkens the mind and corrupts morals, the more actively should we endeavor that not only a suitable and solid method of education may flourish, but above all that this education be wholly in harmony with the Catholic faith in its literature and system of training, and chiefly in philosophy, upon which the foundation of other sciences in great measure depends. Philosophy seeks not the overthrow of divine revelation, but delights rather to prepare its way and defend it against assailants, both by example and in written works, as the great Augustine and the angelic Doctor, with all other teachers of Christian wisdom, have proved to us. Now, the training of youth most conducive to the defense of true faith and religion, and to the preservation of morality, must find its beginning from an early stage within the circle of home life, and this family Christian training, sadly undermined in these our times, cannot possibly be restored to its due dignity, save by those laws under which it was established in the Church by her divine Founder himself. Our Lord Jesus Christ, by raising to the dignity of a sacrament the contract of matrimony, in which He would have His own union with the Church typified, not only made the marriage tie more holy, but in addition provided efficacious sources of aid for parents and children alike, so that, by the discharge of their duties one to another, they might with greater ease attain to happiness, both in time and in eternity. But when impious laws, setting at naught the sanctity of this great sacrament, put it on the same footing with mere civil contracts, the lamentable result followed, that, outraging the dignity of Christian matrimony, citizens made use of legalized concubinage in place of marriage. Husband and wife neglected their bounden duty to each other. Children refused obedience and reverence to their parents. The bonds of domestic love were loosened, and, alas, the worst scandal and of all the most ruinous to public morality, very frequently an unholy passion, opened the door to disasters and fatal separations. These most unhappy and painful consequences, venerable brothers, cannot fail to arouse your zeal and move you constantly and earnestly to warn the faithful, committed to your charge, to listen with docility to your teaching regarding the holiness of Christian marriage, and to obey the laws by which the Church controls the duties of married people and of their offspring. Then, indeed, will that most desirable result come about, that the character and conduct of individuals also will be reformed. For just as from a rotten stock are produced healthless branches or worthless fruits, so do the ravages of a pestilence which ruins the household spread wide their cruel infection to the hurt and injury of the individual citizens. On the other hand, when domestic society is fashioned in the mold of Christian life, each member will gradually grow accustomed to the love of religion and piety, to the abhorrence of false and harmful teaching, to the pursuit of virtue, to obedience to elders, and to the restraint of that insatiable seeking after self-interest alone, which so spoils and weakens the character of men. To this end it will certainly help not a little to encourage and promote those pious associations which have been established, in our own times especially, with so great profit to the cause of the Catholic religion. Great indeed, and beyond the strength of man, are these objects of our hopes and prayers, venerable brothers. But since God has made the nations of the earth for health, when He founded the Church for the welfare of the peoples, and promised that He will abide with her by His assistance to the end of the world, we firmly trust that, through your endeavors, the human race, taking warning from so many evils and visitations, will submit themselves at length to the Church, and turn for health and prosperity to the infallible guidance of this Apostolic See. Meanwhile, venerable brothers, before bringing this letter to a close, we must express our congratulations on the striking harmony and concord which unites your minds among yourselves and with this Apostolic See. This perfect union we regard as not merely an impregnable bulwark against hostile attacks, but also as an auspicious and happy omen, presaging better times for the Church, and while it yields great relief to our weakness, it seasonably encourages us to endure with readiness all labors and all struggles on behalf of God's Church, and the arduous task which we have undertaken. Moreover, from the causes of hope and rejoicing which we have made known to you, we cannot separate those tokens of love and obedience which you, venerable brethren, in these first days of our pontificate, have shown our lowliness, and with you so many of the clergy and the faithful, who, by letters sent, by offerings given, by pilgrimages undertaken, and by other works of love, have made it clear that the devotion and charity which they manifested to our most worthy predecessor still lasts, so strong and steadfast and unchanged, as not to slacken towards the person of a successor so much inferior. For these splendid tokens of Catholic piety, we humbly confess to the Lord that He is good and gracious, while to you, venerable brothers, and to all our beloved children, from whom we have received them, we publicly, from the bottom of our heart, avow the grateful feelings of our soul, cherishing the fullest confidence that, in the present critical state of things, and in the difficulties of the times, this your devotion and love, and the devotion and love of the faithful, will never fail us. Nor have we any doubt that these conspicuous examples of filial piety and Christian virtue will be of such avail as to make our most merciful God, moved by these dutiful deeds, look with favor on His flock and grant the Church peace and victory. But as we are sure that this peace and victory will more quickly and more readily be given us, if the faithful are unremitting in their prayers and supplications to obtain it, we earnestly exhort you, venerable brothers, to stir up for this end the zeal and ardor of the faithful, taking the Immaculate Queen of Heaven as their intercessor with God, and having recourse as our advocates to Saint Joseph, the heavenly patron of the Church, and to Saints Peter and Paul, the princes of the Apostles. To the powerful patronage of all these we humbly commit our lowliness, all ranks of the ecclesiastical hierarchy, and all the flock of Christ our Lord. For the rest, we trust that these days, on which we renew the memory of Jesus Christ risen from the dead, may be to you, venerable brothers, and to all the fold of God, a source of blessing and salvation and fullness of holy joy, praying our most gracious God, that by the blood of the Lamb without spot, which blotted out the handwriting that was against us, the sins we have committed may be washed away, and the judgment we are suffering for them may mercifully be mitigated. The grace of our Lord Jesus Christ, and the charity of God, and the communication of the Holy Ghost be with you all, venerable brothers, to each and all of whom, as well as to our beloved children, the clergy, and faithful of your churches, as a pledge of our special goodwill, and as an earnest of the protection of heaven, we lovingly impart the apostolic benediction. End of section 1. Section 2 of the Great Encyclical Letters of Pope Leo XIII. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Socialism, Communism, Nihilism. Encyclical Letter, Quod Apostolici Muneris, December 28, 1878. As the nature of our apostolic office required of us, we have not omitted, from the very outset of our pontificate, addressing you, venerable brothers, in encyclical letters, in order to advert to the deadly plague which is tainting society to its very core, and bringing it to a state of extreme peril. At the same time we call attention to certain most effectual remedies, by which society may be renewed unto salvation, and enabled to escape the crisis now threatening. But the evils which we then deplored have taken in a brief space of time such widespread growth, that we are compelled to address you anew with the words of the prophet resounding as it were in our ears. Cry, cease not, lift up thy voice like a trumpet. You understand, as a matter of course, venerable brothers, that we are alluding to that sect of men who, under the motley and all but barbarous terms and titles of Socialists, Communists, and Nihilists, are spreading abroad throughout the world, and bound intimately together in baneful alliance, no longer look for strong support in secret meetings held in darksome places, but, standing forth openly and boldly in the light of day, strive to carry out the purpose long resolved upon of uprooting the foundations of civilized society at large. These are they, in very truth, who, as the sacred text bears witness, defile the flesh, and despise dominion, and blaspheme majesty. They leave nothing scatheless or uninjured of that which human and divine laws alike have wisely ordained to ensure the preservation and honor of life. From the heads of states to whom, as the Apostle admonishes, all owe submission, and on whom the rights of authority are bestowed by God Himself, these sectaries withhold obedience and preach up the perfect equality of all men in regard to rights alike and duties. The natural union of man and woman, which is held sacred even among barbarous nations, they hold in scorn, and its bond, whereby family life is chiefly maintained, they slacken or else yield up to the sway of lust. In short, spurred on by greedy hankerings after things present, which is the root of all evils, which some coveting have erred from the faith, they attack the right of property, sanctioned by the law of nature, and with signal depravity, while pretending to feel solicitous about the needs, and anxious to satisfy the requirements of all, they strain every effort to seize upon and hold in common all that has been individually acquired by title of lawful inheritance, through intellectual or manual labor, or economy in living. These monstrous views they proclaim in public meetings, uphold in booklets, and spread broadcast everywhere through the daily press. Hence the hallowed dignity and authority of rulers has incurred such odium on the part of rebellious subjects, that evil-minded traitors, spurning all control, have many a time within a recent period boldly raised impious hands against even the very heads of states. Such daring conduct on the part of disloyal individuals, which threatens the civilized community from day to day with even graver perils, and troubles the mind of all with anxious fears, draws its cause and origin from those venomous teachings which, like pernicious seeds scattered far and wide among the nations, have produced in course of time death-bearing fruits. In fact, venerable brothers, you know full well that the atrocious war which, starting from the 16th century, was declared against the Catholic faith by the Reformers, and which has been growing amain from day to day in vehemence, aimed at giving free course to the rejection of all revelation, the subversion of the supernatural order, and the enthronement of unaided reason, with its vagaries, or rather ravings. Deriving pretentiously its name from reason, this fake doctrine, by flattering and stimulating the eagerness to outstrip others which is interwoven with man's nature, and giving the rein to every kind of unlawful desire, has taken willing possession of the minds of great numbers, and has even pervaded the whole of civilized society. Hence, by a fresh act of impiety, unknown even to very pagans, governments have been organized without God, and the order established by Him being taken at all into account. It has even been contended that public authority, with its dignity and its power of ruling, originates not from God, but from the mass of the people, which, considering itself unfettered by all divine sanction, refuses to submit to any laws that it has not itself passed of its own free will. Next, after having attacked and cast away the supernatural truths of faith as being contrary to reason, the very Author and Redeemer of mankind has been forced slowly and gradually to withdraw from the scheme of studies at universities, colleges, and high schools, as well as from all the practical working of public life. In fine, after having consigned to oblivion the rewards and punishments of a future and never-ending existence, the keen longing after happiness has been narrowed down to the range of the present life. With such doctrines spread far and wide, and such license in thought and action, it is no wonder that men of the most lowly condition, heart-sick of a humble home or poor workshop, should fix eager eyes on the abodes and fortunes of the wealthy. No wonder that tranquillity no longer prevails in public or private life, or that the human race has been hurried onward to well nigh the verge of ruin. But the supreme pastors of the Church, on whom devolves the charge of guarding the Lord's flock from the snares of the enemy, have in good time devoted their energies to avert the danger impending, and to provide for the safety of the faithful. In fact, as soon as secret societies began to take extension, in the midst whereof the germs of those evil principles already adverted to were nursed, the Roman Pontiffs, Clement XV. And Benedict XIV., failed not to unmask the impious designs of the sectaries, and to warn the faithful throughout the world concerning the mischiefs they were thus hatching in secret. But when by those who gloried in the title of philosophers a certain unbridled liberty was assigned to man, and the new law, as they term it, began in opposition to the divine and natural law to be set forth and gather sanction, Pius VI. Of happy memory forthwith laid bare by public documents the pernicious character and falsity of those principles, and at the same time, with apostolic foresight, predicted the utter ruin to which the deluded multitudes were being hurried. But since, notwithstanding the measures resorted to, None proved of avail to prevent their wicked doctrines from day by day gaining ground with the people and obtaining ascendancy even in public decisions of government. Popes Pius VII and Leo XII excommunicated secret societies, and once more gave warning to society of the perils that threatened it. In fine, the world at large is fully aware in what earnest terms, and with what resoluteness of soul and unflinching constancy, our glorious predecessor, Pius IX, of happy memory, by allocutions alike and encyclical letters addressed to the bishops of the whole world, levelled war against the iniquitous endeavours of these sects, and furthermore even denounced by name the plague of socialism thence bursting forth. It is to be deplored, however, that they to whom has been entrusted the care of the common welfare, allowing themselves to be circumvented by the fraudulent devices of infamous men, and terror-stricken at their threats, have ever displayed towards the Church feelings of suspicion or even of hostility, not understanding that the endeavours of these sects would have been of no effect had the doctrine of the Catholic Church and the authority of the Roman Pontiff, among rulers and people alike, always remained in due honour. For the Church of the living God, which is the pillar and ground of truth, proclaims those doctrines and precepts whereby the security and calm of society is provided for, and the accursed brood of socialism is utterly destroyed. For although the socialists, turning to evil, use the gospel itself so as to deceive more readily the unwary, have been wont to twist it to their meaning, still so striking is the disagreement between their criminal teachings and the pure doctrine of Christ, that no greater can exist. For what participation hath justice with injustice, or what fellowship hath light with darkness? They in good sooth cease not from asserting, as we have already mentioned, that all men are by nature equal, and hence they contend that neither honour nor respect is owed to public authority, nor any obedience to the laws, saving perhaps to those which have been sanctioned according to their good pleasure. Contrawise, from the Gospel records, equality among men consists in this, that one and all, possessing the same nature, are called to the sublime dignity of being sons of God, and, moreover, that one and the same end being set before all, each and every one has to be judged according to the same laws, and to have punishments or rewards meted out according to individual deserts. There is, however, an inequality of right and authority which emanates from the Author of nature himself, of whom all paternity in heaven and earth is named. As regards rulers and subjects, all without exception, according to Catholic teaching and precept, are mutually bound by duties and rights, in such manner that, on the one hand, moderation is enjoined on the appetite for power, and, on the other, obedience is shown to be easy, stable, and wholly honourable. Therefore does the Church constantly urge upon each and all who are subject to her the apostolic precept, "There is no power but from God, and those that are ordained of God. Therefore, he that resisteth the powers resisteth the ordinance of God, and they that resist purchase to themselves damnation." And again, "Be subject of necessity, not only for wrath, but also for conscience' sake, and render to all men their dues. Tribute to whom tribute is due, custom to whom custom, fear to whom fear, honour to whom honour. For he who has created and governs all things has in his provident wisdom so disposed them that the lowest attain to their end by the middlemost, and the middlemost by the highest. Just then as the Almighty willed that, in the heavenly kingdom itself, the choirs of angels should be of differing ranks, subordinate the one to the other. Again, just as in the Church God has established different grades of orders, with diversity of functions, so that all should not be apostles, all not doctors, all not prophets, so also has He established in civil society many orders of varying dignity, right, and power, and this, to the end that the state, like the Church, should form one body, comprising many members, some excelling others in rank and importance, but all alike necessary to one another and solicitous for the common welfare. But to the end that the rulers of the people should employ the power bestowed for the advancement and not detriment of those under rule, the Church of Christ very fittingly warns the rulers themselves that the sovereign judge will call them to a strict and speedy account, and evoking the words of divine wisdom, she addresses them one and all in God's name. Give ear, you that rule the people, and that please yourselves in multitudes of nations, for power is given you by the Lord, and strength by the Most High, who will examine your works and search out your thoughts. For a most severe judgment shall be for those that bear rule. For God will not accept any man's person, neither will he stand in awe of any one's greatness. For he hath made the little and the great, and he hath equally care of all. But a greater punishment is ready for the more mighty. Should it, however, happen at any time that in the public exercise of authority rulers act rashly and arbitrarily, the teaching of the Catholic Church does not allow subjects to rise against them without further warranty, lest peace and order become more and more disturbed, and society run the risk of greater detriment. And when things have come to such a pass as to hold out no further hope, she teaches that a remedy is to be sought in the virtue of Christian patience and an urgent prayer to God. But should it please legislatures and rulers to enjoin or sanction anything repugnant to the divine and natural law, the dignity and duty of the name of Christian and the apostolic injunction proclaim that one ought to obey God rather than men. Moreover, the salutary influence of the Church, which redounds to the upholding of well-regulated order in civil society and promotes its conservation, the family circle itself, which is the starting point of every city and every state, necessarily feels and experiences. For you are fully aware, venerable brothers, that the governing principle of family life has, in accordance with the requirements of natural law, its basis in the indissoluble union of husband and wife, and its superstructure in the duties and rights of parents and children, and of masters and servants towards each other. You are further aware that the theories of socialism would quickly destroy this family life, since the stability afforded by marriage under religious sanction, once lost, paternal authority over children and the duties of children to parents are necessarily and most harmfully slackened. Contrariwise, marriage, honorable to all, which from the beginning of the world God Himself instituted for the propagation and preservation of the human race, and decreed to be indissoluble, the Church holds to have become more stable and holy through Christ, who conferred on it the dignity of a sacrament, and willed to make it an image of His own union with the Church. Wherefore, as the Apostle admonishes, as Christ is the head of the Church, so is the husband the head of the wife. And just as the Church is subject to Christ, who cherishes it with most chaste and lasting love, so is it becoming that women also should be subject to their husbands, and by them in turn be loved with faithful and constant affection. In like manner the Church regulates the authority of the father and the master in such mode as to keep children and servants within their duty, without, however, allowing authority to be overstepped. For, according to Catholic teaching, the authority of the Heavenly Father and Lord flows forth upon parents and masters, and on that account receives not only its origin and power from God, but also its very nature and character. Hence does the Apostle exhort children to obey their parents in the Lord, and to honor their father and their mother, which is the first commandment with a promise. And you, fathers, provoke not your children to anger, but bring them up in the discipline and correction of the Lord. And again, by the same divine apostolic injunction it is urged on servants and masters, that the former should obey their masters according to the flesh, as to Christ, with a good will serving as to the Lord. But the latter should forbear threatenings, knowing that the Lord of all is in heaven, and there is no respect of persons with Him. Were all these things observed by every one whom they concern, according to the intent of the divine will, each family would truly present a likeness of the heavenly home, and the wondrous benefits thence resulting would not be limited simply to the family circle, but would spread abroad abundantly over the state at large. As regards the maintenance of public and private tranquillity, Catholic wisdom, sustained by both divine and natural law, prudently provides through what it holds and teaches, touching the right of ownership and the apportioning of personal property which has been accumulated for the wants and requirements of life. For the Socialists wrongly assume the right of property to be a mere human invention, repugnant to the natural equality between men, and preaching of the community of goods, declare that no one should endure poverty meekly, and that all may with impunity seize upon the possessions and usurp the rights of the wealthy. More wisely and profitably the Church recognizes the existence of inequality amongst men, who are by nature unlike in mental endowment and strength of body, and even in amount of fortune, and she enjoins that the right of property and of its disposal, derived from nature, should in the case of every individual remain intact and inviolate. She knows full well indeed that robbery and rapine have been so forbidden by God, the author and protector of every right, that it is unlawful even to covet the goods of others, and that thieves and robbers, no less than adulterers and idolaters, are excluded from the kingdom of heaven. Nor does she, on this account, loving mother as she is, omit solicitude for the poor, or fail to provide for their needs, nay, taking them to her arms with maternal affection, and knowing that they, in a manner, represent the person of Christ Himself, who accounts as done unto Him any benefit conferred upon the lowliest among the poor, she holds them in great account, brings them aid to the utmost of her power, takes thought to have erected in every land of their behoof homes and refuges where they can be received, nurtured, and tended, and takes those charitable foundations under her protecting care. Moreover, she lays the rich under her strict command to give of their superfluity to the poor, impressing them with fear of the divine judgment, which will exact the penalty of eternal punishment, unless they succor the wants of the needy. In fine, she cheers and comforts exceedingly the hearts of the poor, either by setting before them the example of Christ, who, being rich, became poor for our sakes, or by reminding them of the words by which Jesus pronounced the poor to be blessed, and enjoined them to hope for the reward of eternal bliss. Who then does not perceive that herein lies the best means of appeasing the undying conflict between the rich and poor? For, as the evidence of things and facts clearly demonstrates, if such conclusion be disallowed or made light of, it must come about either that the vast majority of mankind will fall back into that most abject condition of bondage which through a long lapse of time obtained amongst pagan nations, or else that human society will be agitated by constant outbreaks and ravaged by plunder and rapine, such as even of late years we have had occasion to deplore. Since things have come to this pass, venerable brothers, we, on whom is laid the charge of governing the universal Church, pointed out even at the very outset of our pontificate to the nations and their rulers, tossed about by so dire a tempest, the port to which they could betake themselves in all safety. And now, moved greatly by the extreme peril which actually threatens, we lift up anew our apostolic voice, and conjure them again and again, for the sake of their own safety and that of the state, to welcome and obey the teaching of that Church which has deserved so well in promoting the public prosperity of nations, and to recognize once for all that the relations of the state and of religion are so bound together as that whatever is withdrawn from religion impairs by so much the dutiful submission of the subject and the dignity of authority. And when they shall have recognized that the Church of Christ is possessed of a power to starve off the pest of socialism, too mighty to be found in human enactments, or in the strong hand of the civil power, or in military force, let them reestablish that Church in the condition and liberty needed, in order to be able to exercise a more salutary influence for the good of society in general. Do you, however, venerable brothers, who have keen insight as to the nature and origin of the ills thickening ever in the world, apply yourselves with all zeal and energy of spirit to inculcate Catholic doctrine, that it may reach and strike deep root in the souls of all. Provide as far as may be, that from early years all may grow accustomed to cherish a filial love towards God, and to revere His sovereign sway, to show due submission to rulers and the laws, to bridle their passions, and zealously uphold the authority which God has established alike in the state and in the family circle. Moreover, it behooves you to strive earnestly that the children of the Catholic Church venture not to lend their name, nor in any way to give countenance to this hateful sect, but on the contrary, that by worthy deeds and honorable line of action in all particulars, they show how well and happily human society would prosper were the individual members distinguishable for the regularity of their conduct and for their virtuous life. Finally, as the confederates of Socialism are sought mainly among those who occupy themselves in business pursuits or give themselves to manual labor, and who, wearied out by sheer hard work, are more easily entrapped by the hope of wealth and promise of prosperity, it seems expedient to encourage associations for handicraftsmen and laboring men, which, placed under the sheltering care of religion, may render the members content with their lot and resigned to toil, inducing them to lead a peaceful and tranquil life. On our undertakings, venerable brothers, and on yours, may He confer favoring aid to whom we are bound to refer the beginning and the end of all good. We have ample ground to hope for speedy help during these auspicious days, when the festival of our Lord's Nativity is being celebrated. That new deliverance which Christ born into a world sinking with years and well nigh crushed with the weight of ills charges us to hope for. That peace which then He announced to men through the ministry of angels, He has promised to bestow likewise on us. For the hand of the Lord is not shortened, that He cannot save, neither is His ear heavy, that it cannot hear. During these days, then, of most happy augury, venerable brothers, wishing to you and to all the faithful of your churches all joy and prosperity, we earnestly pray the Giver of all good gifts, that anew to men may appear the goodness and kindness of God our Saviour, who, after having snatched up from the power of a ruthless enemy, has raised us up to the most exalted dignity of being sons of God. And in order that our vows may be the more speedily and abundantly satisfied, join with us, venerable brothers, in addressing to God fervent prayers, and invoking also the patronage of the Blessed Virgin Mary, ever immaculate, and of her spouse, Joseph, as also of the blessed apostles Peter and Paul, in whose intercession we greatly confide. And in the meantime, with inmost affection of heart to you, venerable brothers, to your clergy, and to all the faithful throughout the world, as a harbinger of the divine gifts, we impart our apostolic blessing. End of Section 2. Section 3 of The Great Encyclical Letters of Pope Leo XIII. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Study of Scholastic Philosophy, Encyclical Letter Aeterni Patris, August 4th, 1879. The only begotten Son of the Eternal Father, who came on earth to bring salvation and the light of divine wisdom to men, conferred a great and wonderful blessing on the world when, about to ascend again into heaven, He commanded the apostles to go and teach all nations, and left the Church which He had founded to be the common and supreme teacher of the peoples. For men, whom the truth had set free, were to be preserved by the truth, nor would the fruits of heavenly doctrines, by which salvation comes to men, have long remained, had not the Lord Christ appointed an unfailing authority for the instruction of the faithful. And the Church, built upon the promises of its own divine Author, whose charity it imitated, so faithfully followed out His commands that its constant aim and chief wish was this: to teach true religion and contend forever against errors. To this end assuredly have tended the incessant labors of individual bishops. To this end also the published laws and decrees of councils, and especially the constant watchfulness of the Roman pontiffs, to whom, as successors of the blessed Peter and the primacy of the apostles, belongs the right and office of teaching and confirming their brethren in the faith. Since, then, according to the warning of the Apostle, the minds of Christ's faithful are apt to be deceived, and the integrity of the faith to be corrupted among men by philosophy and vain deceit, the supreme pastors of the Church have always thought it their duty to advance, by every means in their power, science truly so called, and at the same time to provide with special care that all studies should accord with the Catholic faith, especially philosophy, on which a right apprehension of the other sciences in great part depends. Indeed, venerable brethren, on this very subject, among others, we briefly admonished you in our first encyclical letter. But now, both by reason of the gravity of the subject and the condition of the time, we are again compelled to speak to you on the mode of taking up the study of philosophy, which shall respond most fitly to the true faith, and at the same time be most consonant with the dignity of human knowledge. Whoso turns his attention to the bitter strifes of these days, and seeks a reason for the troubles that vex public and private life, must come to the conclusion that a fruitful cause of the evils which now afflict, as well as of those which threaten us, lies in this, that false conclusions concerning divine and human things, which originated in the schools of philosophy, have crept into all the orders of the state, and have been accepted by the common consent of the masses. For since it is in the very nature of man to follow the guide of reason in his actions, if his intellect sins at all, his will soon follows. And thus it happens that looseness of intellectual opinion influences human actions and perverts them, whereas, on the other hand, if men be of sound mind and take their stand on true and solid principles, there will result a vast amount of benefits for the public and private good. We do not, indeed, attribute such force and authority to philosophy as to esteem it equally to the task of combating and rooting out all errors. For, when the Christian religion was first constituted, it came upon earth to restore it to its primeval dignity by the admirable light of faith, diffused not by persuasive words of human wisdom, but in the manifestation of spirit and of power. So also at the present time we look above all things to the powerful help of Almighty God to bring back to a right understanding the minds of men, and dispel the darkness of error. But the natural helps with which the grace of the divine wisdom, strongly and sweetly disposing all things, has supplied the human race, are neither to be despised nor neglected, chief among which is evidently the right use of philosophy. For not in vain did God set the light of reason in the human mind, and so far is the superadded light of faith from extinguishing or lessening the power of the intelligence, that it completes it rather, and by adding to its strength renders it capable of greater things. Therefore divine providence itself requires that in calling back the peoples to the paths of faith and salvation, advantage should be taken of human science also, an approved and wise practice which history testifies was observed by the most illustrious fathers of the Church. They, indeed, were wont neither to belittle nor undervalue the part that reason had to play, as is summed up by the great Augustine, when he attributes to this science, that by which the most wholesome faith is begotten, is nourished, defended, and made strong. In the first place, philosophy, if rightly made use of by the wise, in a certain way tends to smooth and fortify the road to true faith, and to prepare the souls of its disciples for the fit reception of revelation. For which reason it is well called by ancient writers, sometimes a stepping stone to the Christian faith, sometimes the prelude and help of Christianity, sometimes the gospel teacher. And assuredly the God of all goodness, to all that pertains to divine things, has not only manifested by the light of faith those truths which human intelligence could not attain of itself, but others also not altogether unattainable by reason, that by the help of divine authority they may be made known to all at once, and without any admixture of error. Hence it is that certain truths which were either divinely proposed for belief, or were bound by the closest chains to a doctrine of faith, were discovered by pagan sages, with nothing but their natural reason to guide them, were demonstrated and proved by becoming arguments. For, as the Apostle says, the invisible things of Him, from the creation of the world, are clearly seen, being understood by the things that are made, His eternal power also and divinity. And the Gentiles who have not the law show, nevertheless, the work of the law written in their hearts. But it is most fitting to turn these truths, which have been discovered by the pagan sages even, to the use and purposes of revealed doctrine, in order to show that both human wisdom and the very testimony of our adversaries serve to support the Christian faith, a method which is not of recent introduction, but of established use, and has often been adopted by the Holy Fathers of the Church. For instance, those venerable men, the witnesses and guardians of religious traditions, recognize a certain form and figure of this in the action of the Hebrews, who, when about to depart out of Egypt, were commanded to take with them the gold and silver vessels and precious robes of the Egyptians, that by a change of use the things might be dedicated to the service of the true God, which had formerly been the instruments of ignoble and superstitious rites. Gregory of Caesarea praises Origen expressly because, with singular dexterity, as one snatches weapons from the enemy, he turned to the defense of Christian wisdom and to the destruction of superstition many arguments drawn from the writings of the pagans. And both Gregory of Nazianzen and Gregory of Nyssa praise and commend a like mode of disputation in Basil the Great, while Jerome especially commends it in Quadratus, a disciple of the Apostles, and Aristides, Justin, Irenaeus, and very many others. Augustine says, "Do we not see Cyprian, that mildest of doctors and most blessed of martyrs, going out of Egypt laden with gold and silver and vestments? And Lactantius also, and Victorinus, Optatus, and Hilary? And, not to speak of the living, how many Greeks have done likewise? But if natural reason first sowed this rich field of doctrine before it was rendered fruitful by the power of Christ, it must assuredly become more prolific after the grace of the Saviour has renewed and added to the native faculties of the human mind. And who does not see that a plain and easy road is opened up to faith by such a method of philosophic study? But the advantage to be derived from such a school of philosophy is not to be confined within these limits. The foolishness of those men is gravely reproved in the words of divine wisdom, who by these good things that are seen could not understand him that is, neither by attending to the works could have acknowledged who was the workman. In the first place, then, this great and noble fruit is gathered from human reason, that it demonstrates that God is, for by the greatness of the beauty and of the creature, the Creator of them may be seen, so as to be known thereby. Again, it shows God to excel in the height of all perfections, in infinite wisdom, before which nothing lies hidden, and in absolute justice, which no depraved affection could possibly shake. And that God, therefore, is not only true, but truth itself, which can neither deceive nor be deceived. Whence it clearly follows that human reason finds the fullest faith and authority united in the Word of God. In like manner, reason declares that the doctrine of the Gospel has even from its very beginning been made manifest by certain wonderful signs, the established proofs, as it were, of unshaken truth, and that all, therefore, who set faith in the Gospel do not believe rashly, as though following cunningly devised fables, but by a most reasonable consent, subject their intelligence and judgment to an authority which is divine. And of no less importance is it that reason must clearly set forth that the Church instituted by Christ, as laid down in the Vatican Synod, on account of its wonderful spread, its marvellous sanctity, and its inexhaustible fecundity in all places, as well as of its Catholic unity and unshaken stability, is in itself a great and perpetual motive of belief, and an irrefragable testimony of its own divine mission. Its solid foundations having been thus laid, a perpetual and varied service is further required of philosophy, in order that sacred theology may receive and assume the nature, form, and genius of a true science. For in this, the most noble of studies, it is of the greatest necessity to bind together, as it were, in one body the many and various parts of the heavenly doctrines, that, each being allotted to its own proper place, and derived from its own proper principles, the whole may join together in a complete union, in order, in fine, that all in each part may be strengthened by its own and the other's invincible arguments. Nor is that more accurate or fuller knowledge of the things that are believed, and somewhat more lucid understanding, as far as it can go, of the very mysteries of faith which Augustine and the other Fathers commended and strove to reach, and which the Vatican Synod itself declared to be most fruitful, to be passed over in silence or belittled. Those will certainly more fully and more easily attain that knowledge and understanding, who to integrity of life and love of faith join a mind rounded and finished by philosophic studies, as the same Vatican Synod teaches, that the knowledge of such sacred dogmas ought to be sought as well as from analogy of the things that are naturally known, as from the connection of those mysteries one with another and with the final end of man. Lastly, the duty of religiously defending the truths divinely delivered, and of resisting those who dare oppose them, pertains to philosophic pursuits. Wherefore it is the glory of philosophy to be esteemed as the bulwark of faith and the strong defence of religion. As Clement of Alexandria testifies, the doctrine of the Saviour is indeed perfect in itself, and wanteth naught, since it is the power and wisdom of God. And the assistance of the Greek philosophy maketh not the truth more powerful. But inasmuch as it weakens the contrary arguments of the sophists, and repels the veiled attacks against the truth, it has been fitly called the hedge and fence of the vine. For as the enemies of the Catholic name, when about to attack religion, are in the habit of borrowing their weapons from the arguments of philosophers, so the defenders of sacred science draw many arguments from the store of philosophy, which may serve to uphold revealed dogmas. Nor is the triumph of the Christian faith a small one in using human reason to repel powerfully and speedily the attacks of its adversaries, by the hostile arms which human reason itself supplied. Which species of religious strife St. Jerome, writing to Magnus, notices as having been adopted by the Apostle of the Gentiles himself. Paul, the leader of the Christian army, and the invincible orator, battling for the cause of Christ, skilfully turns even a chance inscription into an argument for the faith. For he had learned from the true David to wrest the sword from the hands of the enemy, and to cut off the head of the boastful Goliath with his own weapon. Moreover, the Church herself not only urges, but even commands, Christian teachers to seek help from philosophy. For the Fifth Council of Lateran, after it had decided that every assertion contrary to the truth of revealed faith is altogether false, for the reason that it contradicts, however slightly, the truth, advises teachers of philosophy to pay close attention to the exposition of fallacious arguments, since, as Augustine testifies, if reason is turned against the authority of sacred Scripture, no matter how specious it may seem, it errs in the likeness of truth, for true it cannot be. But in order that philosophy may be found equal to the gathering of those precious fruits which we have indicated, it behooves it above all things never to turn aside from that path which the Fathers have entered upon from a venerable antiquity, and which the Vatican Council solemnly and authoritatively approved. As it is evident that very many truths of the supernatural order, which are far beyond the reach of the keenest intellect, must be accepted, human reason, conscious of its own infirmity, dare not affect to itself too great powers, nor deny those truths, nor measure them by its own standard, nor interpret them at will, but receive them rather with a full and humble faith, and esteem it the highest honor to be allowed to wait upon heavenly doctrines, like a handmaid and attendant, and by God's goodness attain to them in any way whatsoever. But in the case of such doctrines as the human intelligence may perceive, it is equally just that philosophy should make use of its own method, principles, and arguments, not indeed in such fashion as to seem rashly to withdraw from the divine authority. But since it is established that those things which become known by revelation have the force of certain truth, and that those things which war against faith war equally against right reason, the Catholic philosopher will know that he violates at once faith and the laws of reason, if he accepts any conclusion which he understands to be opposed to revealed doctrine. We know that there are some who, in their overestimate of the human faculties, maintain that as soon as man's intellect becomes subject to divine authority, it falls from its native dignity, and, hampered by the yoke of this species of slavery, is much retarded and hindered in its progress towards the supreme truth and excellence. Such an idea is most false and deceptive, and its sole tendency is to induce foolish and ungrateful men wilfully to repudiate the most sublime truths and reject the divine gift of faith, from which the fountains of all good things flow out upon civil society. For the human mind, being confined within certain limits, and those narrow enough, is exposed to many errors and is ignorant of many things, whereas the Christian faith, reposing on the authority of God, is the unfailing mistress of truth, whom whoso followeth, he will be neither enmeshed in the snares of error, nor tossed hither and thither on the waves of fluctuating opinion. Those, therefore, who to the study of philosophy unite obedience to the Christian faith, are philosophers indeed, For the splendor of the divine truths received into the mind helps the understanding, and not only detracts in no wise from its dignity, but adds greatly to its nobility, keenness, and stability. For surely that is a worthy and most useful exercise of reason, when men give their minds to disproving those things which are repugnant to faith, and proving the things which conform to faith. In the first case, they cut the ground from under the feet of error, and expose the viciousness of the arguments on which error rests; while in the second case they make themselves masters of weighty reasons for the sound demonstration of truth, and the satisfactory instruction of any reasonable person. Whosoever denies that such study and practice tend to add to the resources and expand the faculties of the mind, must necessarily and absurdly hold that the mind gains nothing from discriminating between the true and the false. Justly, therefore, does the Vatican Council commemorate in these words the great benefits which faith has conferred upon reason. Faith frees and saves reason from error, and endows it with manifold knowledge. A wise man, therefore, would not accuse faith and look upon it as opposed to reason and natural truths, but would rather offer heartfelt thanks to God, and sincerely rejoice that, in the density of ignorance, and in the flood tide of error, holy faith, like a friendly star, shines down upon his path, and points out to him the fair gate of truth beyond all danger of wandering. If, venerable brethren, you open the history of philosophy, you will find all we have just said proved by experience. The philosophers of old, who lacked the gift of faith, yet were esteemed so wise, fell into many appalling errors. You know how often among some truths they taught false and incongruous things, what vague and doubtful opinions they held concerning the nature of the divinity, the first origin of things, the government of the world, the divine knowledge of the future, the cause and principle of evil, the ultimate end of man, the eternal beatitude, concerning virtue and vice, and other matters, a true and certain knowledge of which is most necessary to the human race. While, on the other hand, the early fathers and doctors of the Church, who well understood that, according to the divine plan, the restorer of human science is Christ, who is the power and the wisdom of God, and in whom are hid all the treasures of wisdom and knowledge, took up and investigated the books of the ancient philosophers, and compared their teachings with the doctrines of revelation, and, carefully sifting them, they cherished what was true and wise in them, and amended or rejected all else. For, as the all-seeing God, against the cruelty of tyrants, raised up mighty martyrs to the defense of the Church, men prodigal of their great lives, in like manner to false philosophers and heretics, he opposed men of great wisdom, to defend, even by the aid of human reason, the treasure of revealed truths. Thus, from the first ages of the Church, the Catholic doctrine has encountered a multitude of most bitter adversaries, who, deriding the Christian dogmas and institutions, maintained that there were many gods, that the material world never had a beginning or cause, and that the course of events was one of blind and fatal necessity, not regulated by the will of divine providence. But the learned men whom we call apologists speedily encountered these teachers of foolish doctrine, and, under the guidance of faith, found arguments in human wisdom also to prove that one God, who stands preeminent in every kind of perfection, is to be worshipped, that all things were created from nothing by His omnipotent power, that by His wisdom they flourish and serve each their own special purposes. Among these St. Justin Martyr claims the chief place. After having tried the most celebrated academics of the Greeks, he saw clearly, as he himself confesses, that he could only draw truths in their fullness from the doctrines of revelation. These he embraced with all the ardor of his soul, purged of calumny, courageously and fully defended before the Roman emperors, and reconciled with them not a few of the sayings of the Greek philosophers. Quadratus also, and Aristides, Hermias, and Athenagoras stood nobly forth in that time. Nor did Irenaeus, the invincible martyr and bishop of Lyons, win less glory in the same cause when, forcibly refuting the perverse opinions of the Orientals, the work of the Gnostics, scattered broadcast over the territories of the Roman Empire, he explained, according to Jerome, the origin of each heresy, and in what philosophic source it took its rise. But who knows not the disputations of Clement of Alexandria, which the same Jerome thus honourably commemorates? What is there in them that is not learned, and what that is not of the very heart of philosophy? He himself, indeed, with marvellous versatility, treated of many things of the greatest utility for preparing a history of philosophy, for the exercise of the dialectic art, and for showing the agreement between reason and faith. After him came Origen, who graced the chair of the school of Alexandria, and was most learned in the teachings of the Greeks and Orientals. He published many volumes, involving great labour, which were wonderfully adapted to explain the divine writings and illustrate the sacred dogmas, which, though, as they now stand, not altogether free from error, contain nevertheless a wealth of knowledge tending to the growth and advance of natural truths. Tertullian opposes heretics with the authority of the sacred writings. With the philosophers he changes his fence, and disputes philosophically, but so learnedly and accurately did he confute them, that he made bold to say, "Neither in science nor in schooling are we equals, as you imagine." Arnobius also, in his works against the pagans, and Lactantius in the divine institutions, especially, with equal eloquence and strength, strenuously strive to move men to accept the dogmas and precepts of Catholic wisdom, not by philosophic juggling, after the fashion of academicians, but vanquishing them partly by their own arms, and partly by arguments drawn from the mutual contentions of the philosophers. But the writings on the human soul, the divine attributes, and other questions of mighty moment, which the great Athanasius and Chrysostom, the prince of orators, have left behind them are, by common consent, so supremely excellent, that it seems scarcely anything could be added to their subtlety and fullness. And, not to cover too wide a range, we add to the number of the great men of whom mention has been made, the names of Basil the Great, and of the two Gregories, who, on going forth from Athens, that home of all learning, thoroughly equipped with all the harness of philosophy, turned the wealth of knowledge which each had gathered up in a course of zealous study to the work of refuting heretics and preparing Christians. But Augustine would seem to have wrested the palm from all. Of a most powerful genius, and thoroughly saturated with sacred and profane learning, with the loftiest faith, and with equal knowledge, he combated most vigorously all the errors of his age. What height of philosophy did he not reach? What region of it did he not diligently explore, either in expounding the loftiest mysteries of the faith to the faithful, or defending them against the fell onslaught of adversaries, or again, when, in demolishing the fables of the Academicians or the Manichaeans, he laid the safe foundations and sure structure of human science, or followed up the reason, origin, and causes of the evils that afflict man. How subtly he reasoned on the angels, the soul, the human mind, the will and free choice, on religion and the life of the blessed, on time and eternity, and even on the very nature of changeable bodies. Afterwards, in the East, John Damascene, treading in the footsteps of Basil and of Gregory Nazianzen, and in the West, Boetius and Anselm, following the doctrines of Augustine, added largely to the patrimony of philosophy. Later on, the doctors of the Middle Ages, who are called scholastics, addressed themselves to a great work, that of diligently collecting and sifting and storing up, as it were, in one place, for the use and convenience of posterity, the rich and fertile harvests of Christian learning scattered abroad in the voluminous works of the Holy Fathers. And with regard, venerable brethren, to the origin, drift, and excellence of the scholastic learning, it may be well here to speak more fully in the words of one of the wisest of our predecessors, Sixtus V. By the divine favour of Him who alone gives the spirit of science and wisdom and understanding, and who through all ages, as there may be need, enriches His Church with new blessings, and strengthens it with new safeguards, there was founded by our fathers, men of eminent wisdom, the scholastic theology, which two glorious doctors in particular, the angelic St. Thomas and the seraphic St. Bonaventure, illustrious teachers of this faculty, with surpassing genius, by unwearied diligence, and at the cost of long labours and vigils, set in order and beautified, and, when skilfully arranged and clearly explained in a variety of ways, handed down to posterity. And, indeed, the knowledge and use of the salutary of science, which flows from the fertilizing founts of the sacred writings, the sovereign pontiffs, the holy fathers, and the councils, must always be of the greatest assistance to the Church, whether with the view of really and soundly understanding and interpreting the Scriptures, or more safely and to better purpose reading and explaining the Fathers, or for exposing and refuting the various errors and heresies. And in these late days, when those dangerous times described by the Apostle are already upon us, when the blasphemers, the proud, and the seducers go from bad to worse, erring themselves and causing others to err, there is surely a very great need of confirming the dogmas of Catholic faith and confuting heresies. Although these words seem to bear reference solely to scholastic theology, nevertheless they may plainly be accepted as equally true of philosophy and its praises. For the noble endowments which make the scholastic theology so formidable to the enemies of truth, to wit, as the same pontiff adds, that ready and close coherence of cause and effect, that order and array as of a disciplined army in battle, those clear definitions and distinctions, that strength of argument, and those keen discussions, by which light is distinguished from darkness, the true from the false, expose and strip naked, as it were, the falsehoods of heretics, wrapped around by a cloud of subterfuges and fallacies. Those noble and admirable endowments, we say, are only to be found in a right use of that philosophy which the scholastic teachers have been accustomed carefully and prudently to make use of even in theological disputations. Moreover, since it is the proper and special office of the scholastic theologians to bind together by the fastest chain human and divine science, surely the theology in which they excelled would not have gained such honor and commendation among men if they had made use of a lame and imperfect or vain philosophy. Among the scholastic doctors, the chief and master of all towers Thomas Aquinas, who, as Cajetan observes, because he most venerated the ancient doctors of the Church, in a certain way seems to have inherited the intellect of all. The doctrines of those illustrious men, like the scattered members of a body, Thomas collected together and cemented, distributed in wonderful order, and so increased with important additions that he is rightly and deservedly esteemed the special bulwark and glory of the Catholic faith. With his spirit at once humble and swift, his memory ready and tenacious, his life spotless throughout, a lover of truth for its own sake, richly endowed with human and divine science, like the sun he heated the world with the ardor of his virtues, and filled it with the splendor of his teaching. Philosophy has no part which he did not touch finely, at once and thoroughly. On the laws of reasoning, on God, the incorporeal substances, on man and other sensible things, on human actions and their principles, he reasoned in such a manner that in him there was wanting neither a full array of questions, nor an apt disposal of the various parts, nor the best method of proceeding, nor soundness of principles, or strength of argument, nor clearness and elegance of style, nor facility for explaining what is abstruse. Moreover, the angelic doctor pushed his philosophic conclusions into the reasons and principles of the things which are most comprehensive, and contain in their bosom, so to say, the seeds of almost infinite truths, to be unfounded in good time by later masters, and with a goodly yield. And as he also used this philosophic method in the refutation of error, he won this title to distinction for himself, that single-handed he victoriously combated the errors of former times, and supplied invincible arms to put those to rout which might in after times spring up. Again, clearly distinguishing, as is fitting, reason from faith, while happily associating the one with the other, he both preserved the rights and had regard for the dignity of each. So much so, indeed, that reason, borne on the wings of Thomas to its human height, can scarcely rise higher, while faith could scarcely expect more or stronger aids from reason than those which she has already obtained through Thomas. For these reasons learned men, in former ages especially, of the highest repute in theology and philosophy, after mastering with infinite pains the immortal works of Thomas, gave themselves up not so much to be instructed in his angelic wisdom as to be nourished from it. It is known that nearly all the founders and framers of laws of the religious orders commanded their associates to study and religiously adhere to the teachings of St. Thomas, fearful lest any of them should swerve even in the slightest degree from the footsteps of so great a man. To say nothing of the family of St. Dominic, which rightly claims this great teacher for his own glory, the statutes of the Benedictines, the Carmelites, the Augustinians, the Society of Jesus, and many others, all testify that they are bound by this law. And here how pleasantly one's thoughts fly back to those celebrated schools and academies which flourished of old in Europe, to Paris, Salamanca, Alcala, to Douay, Toulouse, and Louvain, to Padua and Bologna, to Naples and Coimbra, and to many another. All know how the fame of these seats of learning grew with their years, and that their judgment, often asked in matters of grave moment, held great weight everywhere. And we know how in these great homes of human wisdom, as in his own kingdom, Thomas reigned supreme, and that the minds of all, of teachers as well as of taught, rested in wonderful harmony under the shield and authority of the angelic Doctor. But, furthermore, our predecessors in the Roman pontificate have celebrated the wisdom of Thomas Aquinas by exceptional tributes of praise and the most ample testimonials. Clement VI, Nicholas V, Benedict XIII, and others bear witness that the universal Church borrows lustre from his admirable teaching, while St. Pius V confesses that heresies, confounded and convicted by the same teaching, were dissipated, and the whole world daily freed from fatal errors. Others affirm with Clement XII that most fruitful blessings have spread abroad from his writings over the whole Church, and that he is worthy of the honor which is bestowed on the greatest doctors of the Church, on Gregory and Ambrose, Augustine and Jerome, while others have not hesitated to propose St. Thomas for the exemplar and master of the academies and great lyceums, whom they may follow with unfaltering feet. On which point the words of Blessed Urban V to the Academy of Toulouse are worthy of recall. "It is our will, which we hereby enjoin upon you, that ye follow the teaching of Blessed Thomas as a true and Catholic doctrine, and that ye labor with all your force to profit by the same." Innocent XII followed the example of Urban in the case of the University of Louvain, and Benedict XIV with the Dionysian College of Granada, while to these judgments of great Pontiffs on Thomas Aquinas comes the crowning testimony of Innocent VI. His teaching above that of others, the canons alone excepted, enjoys such an elegance of phraseology, a method of statement, a truth of proposition, that those who hold to it are never found swerving from the path of truth, and he who dare assail it will always be suspected of error. The ecumenical councils, also, where blossoms the flower of all earthly wisdom, have always been careful to hold Thomas Aquinas in singular honor. In the Council of Lyons, Vienna, Florence, and the Vatican, one might also say that Thomas took part and presided over the deliberations and decrees of the Fathers, contending against the errors of the Greeks, of heretics and rationals, with invincible force and with the happiest results. But the chief and special glory of Thomas, one which he has shared with none of the Catholic doctors, is that the Fathers of Trent made it part of the order of the conclave to lay upon the altar, together with the code of sacred Scripture and the decrees of the Supreme Pontiffs, the Summa of Thomas Aquinas, whence to seek counsel, reason, and inspiration. A last triumph was reserved for this incomparable man, namely, to compel the homage, praise, and admiration of even the very enemies of the Catholic name. For it has come to light that there were not lacking among the leaders of heretical sects some who openly declared that, if the teachings of Thomas Aquinas were only taken away, they could easily battle with all Catholic teachers, gain the victory, and abolish the Church. A vain hope indeed, but no vain testimony. Therefore, venerable brethren, as often as we contemplate the good, the force, and the singular advantages to be derived from this system of philosophy which our fathers so dearly loved, we think it hazardous that its special honor should not always and everywhere remain, especially when it is established that daily experience and the judgment of the greatest men, and, to crown all, the voice of the Church, have favored the scholastic philosophy. Moreover, to the old teaching a novel system of philosophy has succeeded here and there, in which we fail to perceive those desirable and wholesome fruits which the Church and civil society itself would prefer. For it pleased the struggling innovators of the 16th century to philosophize without any respect for faith, the power of inventing in accordance with his own pleasure, and then being asked and given in turn by each one. Hence it was natural that systems of philosophy multiplied beyond measure, and conclusions differing and clashing one with another arose about those matters, even which are the most important in human knowledge. From a mass of conclusions men often come to wavering and doubt, and who knows not how easily the mind slips from doubt to error? But as men are apt to follow the lead given them, this new pursuit seems to have caught the souls of certain Catholic philosophers, who, throwing aside the patrimony of ancient wisdom, choose rather to build up a new edifice than to strengthen and complete the old by aid of the new, ill-advisedly, in sooth, and not without detriment to the sciences. For a multiform system of this kind, which depends on the authority and choice of any professor, has a foundation open to change, and consequently gives us a philosophy not firm and stable and robust like that of old, but tottering and feeble. And if, perchance, it sometimes finds itself scarcely equal to sustain the shock of its foes, it should recognize that the cause and the blame lie in itself. In saying this, we have no intention of discountenancing the learned and able men who bring their industry and erudition, and what is more, the wealth of new discoveries, to the service of philosophy. For, of course, we understand that this tends to the development of learning. But one should be very careful, lest all or his chief labor be exhausted in these pursuits and in mere erudition. And the same thing is true of sacred theology, which, indeed, may be assisted and illustrated by all kinds of erudition, though it is absolutely necessary to approach it in the grave manner of the scholastics, in order that, the forces of revelation and reason being united in it, it may continue to be the invincible bulwark of the faith. With wise forethought, therefore, not a few of the advocates of philosophic studies, when turning their minds recently to the practical reform of philosophy, aimed and aim at restoring the renowned teaching of Thomas Aquinas, and winning it back to its ancient beauty. We have learned with great joy that many members of your order, venerable brethren, have taken this plan to heart, and while we earnestly commend their efforts, we exhort them to hold fast to their purpose, and remind each and all of you that our first and most cherished idea is that you should all furnish a generous and copious supply to studious youth of those crystal rills of wisdom flowing in a never-ending and fertilizing stream from the fountainhead of the angelic Doctor. Many are the reasons why we are so desirous of this. In the first place, then, since in the tempest that is on us, the Christian faith is being constantly assailed by the machinations and craft of a certain false wisdom. All youth, but especially those who are the growing hope of the Church, should be nourished on the strong and robust food of doctrine, that so, mighty in strength and armed at all points, they may become habituated to advance the cause of religion with force and judgment, being ready always, according to the Apostolic Counsel, to satisfy everyone that asketh you a reason of that hope which is in you, and that they may be able to exhort in sound doctrine and to convince the gainsayers. Many of those who, with minds alienated from the faith, hate Catholic institutions, claim reason as their sole mistress and guide. Now, we think that, apart from the supernatural help of God, nothing is better calculated to heal those minds and to bring them into favor with the Catholic faith than the solid doctrine of the Fathers and the Scholastics, who so clearly and forcibly demonstrate the firm foundations of the faith, its divine origin, its certain truth, the arguments that sustain it, the benefits it has conferred on the human race, and its perfect accord with reason, in a manner to satisfy completely minds open to persuasion, however unwilling and repugnant. Domestic and civil society even, which, as all see, is exposed to great danger from this plague of perverse opinions, would certainly enjoy a far more peaceful and secure existence if a more wholesome doctrine were taught in the academies and schools, one more in conformity with the teaching of the Church, such as is contained in the works of Thomas Aquinas. For the teachings of Thomas on the true meaning of liberty, which at this time is running into license, on the divine origin of all authority, on laws and their force, on the paternal and just rule of princes, on obedience to the higher powers, on mutual charity one towards another, on all of these and kindred subjects have very great and invincible force to overturn those principles of the new order which are well known to be dangerous to the peaceful order of things and to public safety. In short, all studies ought to find hope of advancement and promise of assistance in this restoration of philosophic discipline which we have proposed. The arts were wont to draw from philosophy, as from a wise mistress, sound judgment and right method, and from it also their spirit, as from the common fount of life. When philosophy stood stainless in honor and wise in judgment, then, as facts and constant experience showed, the liberal arts flourished as never before or since. But, neglected and almost blotted out, they lay prone, since philosophy began to lean to error and join hands with folly. Nor will the physical sciences, which are now in such great repute, and by the renown of so many inventions draw such universal admiration to themselves, suffer detriment, but find very great assistance in the re-establishment of the ancient philosophy. For the investigation of facts and the contemplation of nature is not alone sufficient for their profitable exercise and advance, but when facts have been established, it is necessary to rise and apply ourselves to the study of the nature of corporeal things, to inquire into the laws which govern them, and the principles whence their order and varied unity and mutual attraction and diversity arise. To such investigations it is wonderful what force and light and aid the scholastic philosophy, if judiciously taught, would bring. And here it is well to note that our philosophy can only by the grossest injustice be accused of being opposed to the advance and development of natural science. For when the scholastics, following the opinion of the Holy Fathers, always held in anthropology that the human intelligence is only led to the knowledge of things, without body and matter, by things sensible, they well understood that nothing was of greater use to the philosopher than diligently to search into the mysteries of nature, and to be earnest and constant in the study of physical things. And this they confirmed by their own example, for St. Thomas, blessed Albertus Magnus, and other leaders of the scholastics, were never so wholly wrapped in the study of philosophy as not to give large attention to the knowledge of natural things, and, indeed, the number of their sayings and writings on these subjects, which recent professors approve of and admit to harmonize with truth, is by no means small. Moreover, in this very age, many illustrious professors of the physical sciences openly testify that between certain and accepted conclusions of modern physics and the philosophic principles of the schools, there is no conflict worthy of the name. While, therefore, we hold that every word of wisdom, every useful thing by whomsoever discovered or planned, ought to be received with a willing and grateful mind, we exhort you, venerable brethren, in all earnestness, to restore the golden wisdom of St. Thomas, and to spread it far and wide for the defense and beauty of the Catholic faith, for the good of society, and for the advantage of all the sciences. The wisdom of St. Thomas, we say, for if anything is taken up with too great subtlety by the scholastic doctors, or too carelessly stated, if there be anything that ill agrees with the discoveries of a later age, or, in a word, improbable in whatever way, it does not enter our mind to propose that for imitation to our age. Let carefully selected teachers endeavor to implant the doctrine of Thomas Aquinas in the minds of students, and set forth clearly his solidity and excellence over others. Let the academies already founded, or to be founded, by you, illustrate and defend this doctrine, and use it for the refutation of prevailing errors. But, lest the false for the true, or the corrupt for the pure, be drunken, be ye watchful that the doctrine of Thomas be drawn from his own fountains, or, at least, from those rivulets which, derived from the very fount, have thus far flowed according to the established agreement of learned men, pure and clear. Be careful to guard the minds of youth from those which are said to flow thence, but in reality are gathered from strange and unwholesome streams. But well do we know that vain will be our efforts, unless, venerable brethren, he helps our common cause, who, in the words of divine Scripture, is called the God of all knowledge, by which we are also admonished that every best gift and every perfect gift is from above, coming down from the Father of lights. And again, if any of you want wisdom, let him ask of God, who giveth to all men abundantly, and upbraideth not, and it shall be given him. Therefore in this also let us follow the example of the angelic doctor, who never gave himself to reading or writing without first begging the blessing of God, who modestly confessed that whatever he knew he had acquired not so much by his own study and labor as by the divine gift. And therefore let us all, in humble and united prayer, beseech God to send forth the Spirit of knowledge and of understanding to the children of the Church, and open their senses for the understanding of wisdom, and that we may receive fuller fruits of the divine goodness, offer up to God the most efficacious patronage of the Blessed Virgin Mary, who is called the seat of wisdom, having at the same time as advocates Saint Joseph, the most chaste spouse of the Virgin, and Peter and Paul, the chiefs of the Apostles, whose truth renewed the earth which had fallen under the impure blight of error, filling it with the light of heavenly wisdom. In fine, relying on the divine assistance and confiding in your pastoral zeal, we bestow on all of you, venerable brethren, on all the clergy and the flocks committed to your charge, the apostolic benediction as a pledge of heavenly gifts and a token of our special esteem. End of Section 3. Section 4 of The Great Encyclical Letters of Leo XIII. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Christian Marriage. Encyclical Letter Arcanum Divinae, February 10, 1880. The hidden design of the divine wisdom which Jesus Christ, the Savior of men, came to carry out on earth, had this end in view, that, by himself and in himself, he should divinely renew the world, which was sinking, as it were, with length of years, into decline. The Apostle Paul summed this up in words of dignity and majesty, when he wrote to the Ephesians thus, that he might make known unto us the mystery of his will, to reestablish all things in Christ that are in heaven and on earth. In truth, Christ our Lord, setting himself to fulfill the commandment which his Father had given him, straightway imparted a new form and fresh beauty to all things, taking away the effects of their time-worn age. For he healed the wounds which the sin of our first father had inflicted on the human race. He brought all men, by nature children of wrath, into favor with God. He led to the light of truth men wearied out by long-standing errors. He renewed to every virtue those who were weakened by lawlessness of every kind, and, giving them again an inheritance of never-ending bliss, he added a sure hope that their mortal and perishable bodies should one day be partakers of immortality and of the glory of heaven. In order that these unparalleled benefits might last as long as men should be found on earth, he trusted to his Church the continuance of his work, and, looking to future times, he commanded her to set in order whatever might have become deranged in human society, and to restore whatever might have fallen into ruin. Although the divine renewal we have spoken of chiefly and directly affected men, as constituted in the supernatural order of grace, nevertheless some of its precious and salutary fruits were also bestowed abundantly in the order of nature. Hence not only individual men, but also the whole mass of the human race, have in every respect received no small degree of worthiness. For, so soon as Christian order was once established in the world, it became happily possible for all men, one by one, to learn what God's fatherly providence is, and to dwell in it habitually, thereby fostering that hope of heavenly help which never confoundeth. From all this outflowed fortitude, self-control, constancy, and the evenness of a peaceful mind, together with many high virtues and noble deeds. Wondrous indeed was the extent of dignity, steadfastness, and goodness which thus accrued to the state as well as to the family. The authority of rulers became more just and revered, the obedience of the people more ready and unforced, the union of citizens closer, the rights of dominion more secure. In very truth, the Christian religion thought of and provided for all things which are held to be advantageous in a state. So much so indeed that, according to St. Augustine, one cannot see how it could have offered greater help in the matter of living well and happily, had it been instituted for the single object of procuring or increasing those things which contribute to the conveniences or advantages of this mortal life. Still, the purpose we have set before us is not to recount in detail benefits of this kind, Our wish is rather to speak about that family union of which marriage is the beginning and the foundation. The true origin of marriage, venerable brothers, is well known to all. Though the revilers of the Christian faith refuse to acknowledge the never-interrupted doctrine of the Church on this subject, and have long striven to destroy the testimony of all nations and of all times, they have nevertheless failed not only to quench the powerful light of truth, but even to lessen it. We record what is to all known, and cannot be doubted by any, that God, on the 6th day of creation, having made man from the slime of the earth, and having breathed into his face the breath of life, gave him a companion, whom he miraculously took from the side of Adam when he was locked in sleep. God thus, in his most far-reaching foresight, decreed that this husband and wife should be the natural beginning of the human race, from whom it might be propagated and preserved by an unfailing fruitfulness throughout all futurity of time. And this union of man and woman, that it might answer more fittingly to the infinite wise counsels of God, even from the beginning manifested chiefly two most excellent properties, deeply sealed, as it were, and signed upon it, namely, unity and perpetuity. From the Gospel we see clearly that this doctrine was declared and openly confirmed by the divine authority of Jesus Christ. He bore witness to the Jews and to his apostles that marriage, from its institution, should exist between two only, that is, between one man and one woman, that of two they are made, so to say, one flesh, and that the marriage bond is by the will of God so closely and strongly made fast that no man may dissolve it or render it asunder. For this cause shall a man leave father and mother, and shall cleave to his wife, and they two shall be in one flesh. Therefore now they are not two, but one flesh. What, therefore, God hath joined together, let no man put asunder. This form of marriage, however, so excellent and so preeminent, began to be corrupted by degrees, and to disappear among the heathen, and became even among the Jewish race clouded in a measure and obscured. For in their midst a common custom was gradually introduced, by which it was accounted as lawful for a man to have more than one wife, and eventually when, by reason of the hardness of their heart, Moses indulgently permitted them to put away their wives, the way was open to divorce. But the corruption and change which fell on marriage among the Gentiles seem almost incredible, inasmuch as it was exposed in every land to floods of error and of the most shameful lusts. All nations seem, more or less, to have forgotten the true notion and origin of marriage, and thus everywhere laws are enacted with reference to marriage, prompted to all appearance by state reasons, but not such as nature required. Solemn rites, invented at will of the lawgivers, brought about that women should, as might be, bear either the honorable name of wife or the disgraceful name of concubine. And things came to such a pitch that permission to marry, or the refusal of the permission, depended on the will of the heads of the state, whose laws were greatly against equity, or even to the highest degree unjust. Moreover, plurality of wives and husbands, the abounding source of divorce, caused the nuptial bond to be relaxed exceedingly. Hence, too, sprang up the greatest confusion as to the mutual rights and duties of husbands and wives, inasmuch as a man assumed right of dominion over his wife, ordering her to go about her business, often without any just cause, while he was himself at liberty, as St. Jerome says, to run headlong with impunity into lust, unbridled and unrestrained, in houses of ill fame, and amongst his female slaves, as if the dignity of the persons sinned with, and not the will of the sinner, made the guilt. When the licentiousness of a husband thus showed itself, nothing could be more piteous than the wife, sunk so low as to be all but reckoned as a means for the gratification of passion, or the production of offspring. Without any feeling of shame, marriageable girls were bought and sold, just like so much merchandise, and power was sometimes given to the father and to the husband to inflict capital punishment on the wife. Of necessity, the offspring of such marriages as these were either reckoned among the stock and trade of the commonwealth, or held to be the property of the father of the family, and the law permitted him to make and unmake the marriages of his children at his mere will, and even to exercise against them the monstrous power of life and death. So manifold being the vices, and so great the ignominies with which marriage was defiled, an alleviation and a remedy were at length bestowed from on high. Jesus Christ, who restored our human dignity, and who perfected the Mosaic law, applied early in his ministry no little solicitude to the question of marriage. He ennobled the marriage in Cana of Galilee by his presence, and made it memorable by the first of the miracles which he wrought, and for this reason, even from that day forth, it seemed as if the beginning of new holiness had been conferred on human marriages. Later on he brought back matrimony to the nobility of its primeval origin, by condemning the customs of the Jews in their abuse of the plurality of wives, and of the power of giving bills of divorce, and still more by commanding most strictly that no one should dare to dissolve that union which God himself had sanctioned by a bond perpetual. Hence, having set aside the difficulties which were addressed from the law of Moses, he, in character of supreme lawgiver, decreed as follows concerning husbands and wives. I say to you, that whosoever shall put away his wife, except it be for fornication, and shall marry another, committeth adultery, and he that shall marry her that is put away committeth adultery. But what was decreed and constituted in respect to marriage by the authority of God has been more fully and more clearly handed down to us by tradition and the written word, through the apostles, those heralds of the laws of God. To the apostles, indeed, as our masters, are to be referred the doctrines which our holy fathers, the councils, and the tradition of the universal Church have always taught, namely, that Christ our Lord raised marriage to the dignity of a sacrament, that to husband and wife, guarded and strengthened by the heavenly grace which his merits gained for them, he gave power to attain holiness in the married state, and that, in a wondrous way, making marriage an example of the mystical union between himself and his Church, he not only perfected that love which is according to nature, but also made the natural union of one man and one woman far more perfect through the bond of heavenly love. Paul says to the Ephesians, "Husbands, love your wives, as Christ also loved the Church, and delivered himself up for it, that he might sanctify it. So also ought men to love their wives as their own bodies. For no man ever hated his own flesh, but nourished and cherished it, as also Christ doth the Church, because we are members of his body, of his flesh, and of his bones. For this cause shall a man leave his father and mother, and shall cleave to his wife, and they shall be two in one flesh. This is a great sacrament, but I speak in Christ and in the Church." In like manner, from the teaching of the apostles, we learn that the unity of marriage and its perpetual indissolubility, the indispensable conditions of its very origin, must, according to the command of Christ, be holy and inviolable, without exception. Paul says again, "To them that are married, not I, but the Lord commandeth that the wife depart not from her husband, and if she depart, that she remain unmarried, or be reconciled to her husband." And again, "A woman is bound by the law as long as her husband liveth, but if her husband die, she is at liberty." It is for these reasons that marriage is a great sacrament, honorable in all, holy, pure, and to be reverenced as a type and symbol of most high mysteries. Furthermore, the Christian perfection and completeness of marriage are not comprised in those points only which have been mentioned. For, first, there has been vouchsafed to the marriage union a higher and nobler purpose than was ever previously given to it. By the command of Christ, it not only looks to the propagation of the human race, but to the bringing forth of children for the Church, fellow citizens with the saints and the domestics of God, so that a people might be born and brought up for the worship and religion of the true God and our Savior Jesus Christ. Secondly, the mutual duties of husband and wife have been defined, and their several rights accurately established. They are bound, namely, to have such feelings for one another as to cherish always very great mutual love, to be ever faithful to their marriage vow, and to give one another an unfailing and unselfish help. The husband is the chief of the family and the head of the wife. The woman, because she is flesh of his flesh and bone of his bone, must be subject to her husband and obey him, not, indeed, as a servant, but as a companion, so that her obedience shall be wanting in neither honor nor dignity. Since the husband represents Christ, and since the wife represents the Church, let there always be, both in him who commands and in her who obeys, a heaven-born love guiding both in their respective duties. For the husband is the head of the wife, as Christ is the head of the Church. Therefore, as the Church is subject to Christ, so also let wives be to their husbands in all things. As regards children, they ought to submit to the parents and obey them and give them honor for conscience' sake, while on the other hand, parents are bound to give all care and watchful thought to the education of their offspring and their virtuous bringing up. Fathers, bring them up, that is, your children, in the discipline and correction of the Lord. From this we see clearly that the duties of husbands and wives are neither few nor light. Although to married people who are good these burdens become not only bearable but agreeable, owing to the strength which they gain through the sacrament. Christ, therefore, having renewed marriage to such and so great excellence, commended and entrusted all the discipline bearing upon these matters to His Church. The Church, always and everywhere, has so used her power with reference to the marriages of Christians, that men have seen clearly how it belongs to her as of native right, not being made hers by any human grant, but given divinely to her by the will of her Founder. Her constant and watchful care in guarding marriage, by the preservation of its sanctity, is so well understood as to not need proof. That the judgment of the Council of Jerusalem reprobated licentiousness and free love, we all know, as also that the incestuous Corinthian was condemned by the authority of blessed Paul. Again, in the very beginning of the Christian Church were repulsed and defeated, with a like unremitting determination, the efforts of many who aimed at the destruction of Christian marriage, such as the Gnostics, Manichaeans, and Montanists, and in our own time, Mormons, Simonians, Phalansterians, and Communists. In like manner, moreover, a law of marriage just to all and the same for all was enacted by the abolition of the old distinction between slave and freeborn men and women. And thus the rights of husbands and wives were made equal, for, as St. Jerome says, with us that which is unlawful for women is unlawful for men also, and the same restraint is imposed on equal conditions. The self-same rights also were firmly established for reciprocal affection and for the interchange of duties. The dignity of the woman was asserted and assured, and it was forbidden to the man to inflict capital punishment for adultery, or lustfully and shamefully to violate his plighted faith. It is also a great blessing that the Church has limited, so far as is needful, the power of fathers of families, so that sons and daughters, wishing to marry, are not in any way deprived of their rightful freedom. That, for the purpose of spreading more widely the supernatural love of husbands and wives, she has decreed marriages within certain degrees of consanguinity or affinity to be null and void. That she has taken the greatest pains to safeguard marriage, as much as is possible, from error and violence and deceit. That she has always wished to preserve the holy chasteness of the marriage bed, personal rights, the honor of husband and wife, and the security of religion. Lastly, with such power and with such foresight of legislation has the Church guarded its divine institution, that no one who thinks rightfully of these matters can fail to see how, with regard to marriage, she is the best guardian and defender of the human race, and how with all her wisdom has come forth victorious from the lapse of years, from the assaults of men, and from the countless changes of public events. Yet, owing to the efforts of the arch-enemy of mankind, there are persons who, thanklessly casting away so many other blessings of redemption, despise also or utterly ignore the restoration of marriage to its original perfection. It is the reproach of some of the ancients that they showed themselves the enemies of marriage in many ways. But in our own age much more pernicious is the sin of those who would fain pervert utterly the nature of marriage, perfect though it is, and complete in all its details and parts. The chief reason why they act in this way is because very many, imbued with the maxims of a false philosophy and corrupted in morals, judge nothing so unbearable as submission and obedience, and strive with all their might to bring about that not only individual men, but families also, nay, indeed, human society itself, may in haughty pride despise the sovereignty of God. Now, since the family and human society at large spring from marriage, these men will on no account allow matrimony to be the subject of the jurisdiction of the Church. Nay, they endeavor to deprive it of all holiness, and so bring it within the contracted sphere of those rights which, having been instituted by man, are ruled and administered by the civil jurisprudence of the community. Wherefore it necessarily follows that they attribute all power over marriage to civil rulers, and allow none whatever to the Church. And when the Church exercises any such power, they think that she acts either by favor of the civil authority or to its injury. Now is the time, they say, for the heads of the state to vindicate their rights unflinchingly, and to do their best to settle all that relates to marriage according as to them seems good. Hence are owing civil marriages, commonly so called. Hence laws are framed which impose impediments to marriage. Hence arise judicial sentences affecting the marriage contract, as to whether or not it have been rightfully made. Lastly, all power prescribing and passing judgment in this class of cases is, as we see, of set purpose denied to the Catholic Church, so that no regard is paid either to her divine power or to her prudent laws. Yet under these, for so many centuries, have the nations lived, on whom the light of civilization shone bright with the wisdom of Christ Jesus. Nevertheless, all those who reject what is supernatural, as well as all who profess that they worship above all things the divinity of the state, and strive to disturb whole communities with such wicked doctrines, cannot escape the charge of delusion. Marriage has God for its author, and was from the very beginning a kind of foreshadowing of the incarnation of His Son, and therefore there abides in it a something holy and religious, not extraneous, but innate, not derived from men, but implanted by nature. Innocent III, therefore, and Honorius III, our predecessors, affirmed not falsely nor rashly that a certain sacredness of marriage rites existed ever amongst the faithful and unbelievers. We call to witness the monuments of antiquity, as also the manners and customs of these people, who being the most civilized, had the greatest knowledge of law and equity. In the minds of all of them it was a fixed and foregone conclusion that, when marriage was thought of, it was thought of as conjoined with religion and holiness. Hence among those, marriages were commonly celebrated with religious ceremonies, under the authority of pontiffs, and with the ministry of priests. So mighty, even in the souls ignorant of heavenly doctrine, was the force of nature, of the remembrance of their origin, and of the conscience of the human race. As, then, marriage is holy by its own power, in its own nature, and of itself, it ought not to be regulated and administered by the will of civil rulers, but by the divine authority of the Church, which alone in sacred matters professes the office of teaching. Next, the dignity of the sacrament must be considered, for through addition of the sacrament the marriages of Christians have become far the noblest of all matrimonial unions. But to decree and ordain concerning the sacrament is, by the will of Christ Himself, so much a part of the power and duty of the Church, that it is plainly observed to maintain that even the very smallest fraction of such power has been transferred to the civil ruler. Lastly should be borne in mind the great weight and crucial test of history, by which it is plainly proved that the legislative and judicial authority of which we are speaking has been freely and constantly used by the Church, even when times when some foolishly supposed the head of the state either to have consented to it or connived at it. It would, for instance, be incredible and altogether absurd to assume that Christ our Lord condemned the long-standing practice of polygamy and divorce by authority delegated to Him by the procurator of the province or the principal ruler of the Jews, and it would be equally extravagant to think that, when the Apostle Paul taught that divorce and incestuous marriages were not lawful, it was because Tiberius, Caligula, and Nero agreed with him, or secretly commanded him so to teach. No man in his senses could ever be persuaded that the Church made so many laws about the holiness and indissolubility of marriage, and the marriages of slaves with the freeborn, by power received from Roman emperors, most hostile to the Christian name, whose strongest desire was to destroy by violence and murder the rising Church of Christ. Still less could anyone believe this to be the case, when the law of the Church was sometimes so divergent from the civil law that Ignatius the Martyr, Justin, Athenagoras, and Tertullian publicly denounced as unjust the adulterous certain marriages which had been sanctioned by imperial law. Furthermore, after all power had devolved upon the Christian emperors, the supreme pontiffs and bishops assembled in council persisted with the same independence and consciousness of their right, in commanding or forbidding in regard to marriage whatever they judged to be profitable or expedient for the time being, however much it might seem to be at variance with the laws of the state. It is well known that, with respect to the impediments arising from the marriage bond, though vow, disparity of worship, blood relationship, certain forms of crime, and from previously plighted troth, many decrees were issued by the rulers of the Church in the councils of Granada, Arles, Chalcedon, the second of Milavum, and others, which were often widely different from the decrees sanctioned by the laws of the empire. Furthermore, so far were Christian princes from arrogating any power in the matter of Christian marriage, that they on the contrary acknowledged and declared that it belonged exclusively in all its fullness to the Church. In fact, Honorius, the younger Theodosius, and Justinian also, hesitated not to confess that the only power belonging to them in relation to marriage was that of acting as guardians and defenders of the holy canons. If at any time they enacted anything by their edicts concerning impediments of marriage, they voluntarily explained the reason, affirming that they took it upon themselves so to act by leave and authority of the Church, whose judgment they were wont to appeal to and reverently to accept in all questions that concern legitimacy and divorce, as also in all those points which in any way have a necessary connection with the marriage bond. The Council of Trent, therefore, had the clearest right to define that it is in the Church's power to establish diriment impediments of matrimony, and that matrimonial causes pertain to ecclesiastical judges. Let no one, then, be deceived by the distinction which some court legists have so strongly insisted upon, the distinction, namely, by virtue of which they sever the matrimonial contract from the sacrament, with intent to hand over the contract to the power and will of the rulers of the state, while reserving questions concerning the sacrament to the Church. A distinction, or rather severance, of this kind cannot be approved. For certain it is that as Christian marriage, the contract is inseparable from the sacrament, and that, for this reason, the contract cannot be true and legitimate without being a sacrament as well. For Christ our Lord added to marriage the dignity of a sacrament, but marriage is the contract itself, whenever that contract is lawfully concluded. Marriage, moreover, is a sacrament, because it is a holy sign which gives grace, showing forth an image of the mystical nuptials of Christ with the Church. But the form and image of these nuptials is shown precisely by the very bond of that most close union in which man and woman are bound together in one, which bond is nothing else but the marriage itself. Hence it is clear that among Christians every true marriage is, in itself and by itself, a sacrament, and that nothing can be further from the truth than to say that the sacrament is a certain added ornament or outward endowment which can be separated and torn away from the contract at the caprice of man. Neither, therefore, by reasoning can it be shown, nor by any testimony of history be proved, that power over the marriages of Christians has ever lawfully been handed over to the rulers of the state. If, in this matter, the right of any one else has ever been violated, no one can truly say that it has been violated by the Church. Would that the teaching of those who reject what is supernatural, besides being full of falsehood and injustice, were not also the fertile source of much detriment and calamity! But it is easy to see at a glance the greatness of the evil which unhallowed marriages have brought and ever will bring on the whole of human society. From the beginning of the world, indeed, it was divinely ordained that things instituted by God and by nature should be proved by us to be the more profitable and salutary, the more they remain unchanged in their full integrity. For God, the Maker of all things, well knowing what was good for the institution and preservation of each of His creatures, so ordered them by His will and mind that each might adequately attain the end for which it was made. If the rashness or the wickedness of human agency venture to change or disturb that order of things which has been constituted with fullest foresight, then the designs of infinite wisdom and usefulness begin either to be hurtful or cease to be profitable, partly because through the change undergone they have lost their power of benefiting, and partly because God chooses to inflict punishment on the pride and audacity of man. Now those who deny that marriage is holy, and who relegate it, stripped of all holiness, among the class of common things, uproot thereby the foundations of nature, not only resisting the designs of Providence, but so far as they can destroying the order that God has ordained. No one, therefore, should wonder if, from such insane and impious attempts, there spring up a crop of evils pernicious in the highest degree, both to the salvation of souls and to the safety of the commonwealth. If, then, we consider the end of the divine institution of marriage, we shall see very clearly that God intended it to be a most fruitful source of individual benefit and of public welfare. Not only, in strict truth, was marriage instituted for the propagation of the human race, but also that the lives of husbands and wives might be made better and happier. This comes about in many ways: by their lightening each other's burdens through mutual help, by constant and faithful love, by having all their possessions in common, and by the heavenly grace which flows from the sacrament. Marriage also can do much for the good of families, for, so long as it is conformable to nature and in accordance with the counsels of God, it has power to strengthen union of heart in the parents, to secure the holy education of children, to attemper the authority of the father by the example of the divine authority, to render children obedient to their parents, and servants obedient to their masters. From such marriages as these, the state might rightly expect a race of citizens animated by a good spirit, and filled with reverence and love for God, recognizing it their duty to obey those who rule justly and lawfully, to love all, and to injure no one. These many and glorious fruits were ever the product of marriage, so long as it retained those gifts of holiness, unity, and indissolubility, from which proceeded all its fertile and saving power. Nor can any one doubt but that it would always have brought forth such fruits at all times and in all places, had it been under the power and guardianship of the Church, the trustworthy preserver and protector of these gifts. But now there is a spreading wish to supplant natural and divine law by human law, and hence has begun a gradual extinction of that most excellent ideal of marriage, which nature herself had impressed on the soul of man, and sealed, as it were, with her own seal. Nay, more, even in Christian marriages, this power, productive of so great good, has been weakened by the sinfulness of man. Of what advantage is it if a state can institute nuptials estranged from the Christian religion, which is the mother of all good, cherishing all sublime virtues, quickening and urging us to everything that is the glory of a lofty and generous soul? When the Christian religion is rejected and repudiated, marriage sinks of necessity into the slavery of man's vicious nature and vile passions, and finds but little protection in the help of natural goodness. A very torrent of evil has flowed from this source, not only into private families, but also into states. For the salutary fear of God being removed, and there being no longer that refreshment and toil which is nowhere more abounding than in the Christian religion, it very often happens, as from facts is evident, that the mutual services and duties of marriage seem almost unbearable, and thus very many yearn for the loosening of the tie which they believe to be woven by human law and of their own will, whenever incompatibility of temper, or quarrels, or the violation of the marriage vow, or mutual consent, or other reasons induce them to think that it would be well to be set free. Then, if they are hindered by law from carrying out this shameless desire, they contend that the laws are iniquitous, inhumane, and at variance with the rights of free citizens, adding that every effort should be made to repeal such enactments, and to introduce a more human code sanctioning divorce. Now, however much the legislators of these our days may wish to guard themselves against the impiety of men, such as we have been speaking of, they are unable to do so, seeing that they profess to hold and defend the very same principles of jurisprudence, and hence they have to go with the times, and render divorce easily obtainable. History itself shows this, for, to pass over other instances, we find that, at the close of the last century, divorces were sanctioned by law in that upheaval, or rather, as it might be called, conflagration in France, when society was wholly degraded by the abandoning of God. Many at the present time would fain have those laws reenacted, because they wish God and His Church to be altogether exiled and excluded from the midst of human society, madly thinking that in such laws a final remedy must be sought for that moral corruption which is advancing with rapid strides. Truly, it is hardly possible to describe how great are the evils that flow from divorce. Matrimonial contracts are by it made variable, mutual kindness is weakened, deplorable inducements to unfaithfulness are supplied, harm is done to the education and training of children, occasion is afforded for the breaking up of homes, the seeds of dissension are sown among families, the dignity of womanhood is lessened and brought low, and woman runs the risk of being deserted after having ministered to the pleasures of men. Since, then, nothing has such power to lay waste families and destroy the mainstay of kingdoms as the corruption of morals, it is easily seen that divorces are in the highest degree hostile to the prosperity of families and states, springing as they do from the depraved morals of the people, and as experience shows us, opening out a way to every kind of evil-doing, in public alike and in private life. Further still, if the matter be duly pondered, we shall clearly see these evils to be the more especially dangerous, because, divorce once being tolerated, there will be no restraint powerful enough to keep it within the bounds marked out or presurmised. Great indeed is the force of example, and even greater still the might of passion. With such incitements, it must needs follow that the eagerness for divorce, daily spreading by devious ways, will seize upon the minds of many like a virulent, contagious disease, or like a flood of water bursting through every barrier. These are truths that doubtlessly are all clear in themselves, but they will become clearer yet if we call to mind the teachings of experience. So soon as the road to divorce began to be made smooth by law, at once quarrels, jealousies, and judicial separations largely increased, and such shamelessness of life followed, that men who had been in favor of those divorces repented of what they had done, and feared that, if they did not carefully seek a remedy by repealing the law, the state itself might come to ruin. The Romans of old are said to have shrunk with horror from the first examples of divorce, but ere long all sense of decency was blunted in their soul. The meagre restraints of passion died out, and the marriage vow was so often broken that what some writers have affirmed would seem to be true, namely, women used to reckon years not by the change of consuls, but of their husbands. In like manner, at the beginning, Protestants allowed legalized divorces in certain, although but few cases, and yet from the affinity of circumstances of like kind, the number of divorces increased to such an extent in Germany, America, and elsewhere, that all wise thinkers deplored the boundless corruption of morals, and judged the recklessness of the laws to be simply intolerable. Even in Catholic states the like evil existed, for whenever at any time divorce was introduced, the abundance of misery that followed far exceeded all that the framers of the law could have foreseen. In fact, many lent their minds to contrive all kinds of fraud and device, and by accusations of cruelty, violence, and adultery, to feign grounds for the dissolution of the matrimonial bond, of which they had grown weary. And all this was so great havoc to morals that an amendment of the laws was deemed to be urgently needed. Can any one, therefore, doubt that laws in favor of divorce would have a result equally baneful and calamitous were they to be passed in these our days? There exists not, indeed, in the projects and enactments of men any power to change the character and tendency which things have received from nature. Those men, therefore, show but little wisdom in the ideas they have formed of the well-being of the commonwealth, who think that the inherent character of marriage can be perverted with impunity, and who, disregarding the sanctity of religion and of the sacrament, seem to wish to degrade and dishonor marriage more basely than was done even by heathen laws. Indeed, if they do not change their views, not only private families, but all public society will have unceasing cause to fear lest they should be miserably driven into that general confusion and overthrow of order which is even now the wicked aim of Socialists and Communists. Thus we see most clearly how foolish and senseless it is to expect any public good from divorce, when on the contrary it tends to the certain destruction of society. It must consequently be acknowledged that the Church has deserved exceedingly well of all nations by her ever watchful care in guarding the sanctity and indissolubility of marriage. Again, no small amount of gratitude is owing to her for having, during the last 100 years, openly denounced the wicked laws which have grievously offended on this particular subject, as well as for her having branded with anathema the baneful heresy obtaining among Protestants touching divorce and separation. Also for having in many ways condemned the habitual dissolution of marriage among the Greeks, for having declared invalid all marriages contracted upon the understanding that they may be at some future time dissolved, and lastly, for having, from the earliest times, repudiated the imperial laws which disastrously favored divorce. As often, indeed, as the Supreme Pontiffs have resisted the most powerful among rulers in their threatening demands that divorces carried out by them should be confirmed by the Church, so often must we account them to have been contending for the safety not only of religion but also of the human race. For this reason, all generations of men will admire the proofs of unbending courage which are to be found in the decrees of Nicholas I against Lothair, of Urban II and Paschal II against Philip I of France, of Celestine III and Innocent III against Alphonsus of Lyon and Philip II of France, of Clement VII and Paul III against Henry VIII, and lastly, of Pius VII, that holy and courageous pontiff, against Napoleon I, when at the height of his prosperity and in the fullness of his power. This being so, all rulers and administrators of the state, who are desirous of following the dictates of reason and wisdom, and anxious for the good of their people, ought to make up their minds to keep the holy laws of marriage intact, and to make use of the preferred aid of the Church for securing the safety of morals and the happiness of families, rather than suspect her of hostile intention, and falsely and wickedly accuse her of violating the civil law. They should do this the more readily, because the Catholic Church, though powerless in any way to abandon the duties of her office or the defense of her authority, still very greatly inclines to kindness and indulgence, whenever they are consistent with the safety of her rights and the sanctity of her duties. Wherefore she makes no decrees in relation to marriage without having regard to the state of the body politic and the condition of the general public, and has besides more than once mitigated, as far as possible, the enactments of her own laws when there were just and weighty reasons. Moreover, she is not unaware, and never calls in doubt, that the sacrament of marriage, being instituted for the preservation and increase of the human race, has a necessary relation to circumstances of life which, though connected with marriage, belong to the civil order, and about which the state rightly makes strict inquiry and justly promulgates decrees. Yet no one doubts that Jesus Christ, the founder of the Church, willed her sacred power to be distinct from the civil power, and each power to be free and unshackled in its own sphere. With this condition, however, a condition good for both, and of advantage to all men, that union and concord should be maintained between them, and that on those questions which are, though in different ways, of common right and authority, the power to which secular matters have been entrusted should happily and becomingly depend on the other power which has in its charge the interests of heaven. In such arrangement and harmony is found not only the best line of action for each power, but also the most opportune and efficacious method of helping men in all that pertains to their life here and to their hope of salvation hereafter. For, as we have shown in former encyclical letters, the intellect of man is greatly ennobled by the Christian faith, and made better to shun and banish all error, while faith borrows in turn no little help from the intellect. And in like manner, when the civil power is on friendly terms with the sacred authority of the Church, there accrues to both a great increase of usefulness. The dignity of the one is exalted, and so long as religion is its guide, it will never rule unjustly, while the other receives help of protection and defense for the public good of the faithful. Being moved, therefore, by these considerations, as we have exhorted rulers at other times, so still more earnestly we exhort them now to concord and friendly feeling. And we are the first to stretch out our hand to them with fatherly benevolence, and to offer to them the help of our supreme authority, a help which is the more necessary at this time, when, in public opinion, the authority of rulers is wounded and enfeebled. Now that the minds of so many are inflamed with a reckless spirit of liberty, and men are wickedly endeavoring to get rid of every restraint of authority, however legitimate it may be, the public safety demands that both powers should unite their strength to avert the evils which are hanging not only over the Church but also over civil society. But, while earnestly exhorting all to a friendly union of will, and beseeching God, the Prince of Peace, to infuse a love of concord into all hearts, we cannot, venerable brothers, refrain from urging you more and more to fresh earnestness and zeal and watchfulness, though we know that these are already very great. With every effort and with all authority, strive, as much as you are able, to preserve whole and undefiled among the people committed to your charge the doctrine which Christ our Lord taught us, which the apostles, the interpreters of the will of God, have handed down, and which the Catholic Church has herself scrupulously guarded, and commanded to be believed in all ages by the faithful of Christ. Let special care be taken that the people be well instructed in the precepts of Christian wisdom, so that they may always remember that marriage was not instituted by the will of man, but, from the very beginning, by the authority and command of God, that it does not admit of plurality of wives or husbands, that Christ, the author of the new covenant, raised it from a right of nature to be a sacrament, and gave to His Church legislative and judicial power with regard to the bond of union. On this point the very greatest care must be taken to instruct them, lest their minds should be led into error by the unsound conclusions of adversaries who desire that the Church should be deprived of that power. In like manner, all ought to understand clearly that, if there be any union of a man and a woman among the faithful of Christ, which is not a sacrament, such union has not the force and nature of a proper marriage, that although contracted in accordance with the laws of the state, it could not be more than a rite or custom introduced by the civil law. Further, the civil law can deal with and decide those matters alone which in the civil order spring from marriage, and which cannot possibly exist, as is evident, unless there be a true and lawful cause for them, that is to say, the nuptial bond. It is of the greatest consequence to husband and wife that all these things should be known and well understood by them, in order that they may conform to the laws of the state, if there be no objection on the part of the Church. For the Church wishes the effects of marriage to be guarded in all possible ways, and that no harm may come to the children. In the great confusion of opinions, however, which day by day is spreading more and more widely, it should further be known that no power can dissolve the bond of Christian marriage whenever this has been ratified and consummated, and that, of a consequence, those husbands and wives are guilty of a manifest crime who plan, for whatever reason, to be united in a second marriage before the first one has been ended by death. When, indeed, matters have come to such a pitch that it seems impossible for them to live together any longer, then the Church allows them to live apart, and strives at the same time to soften the evils of the separation by such remedies and helps as are suited to their condition. Yet she never ceases to endeavor to bring about a reconciliation, and never despairs of doing so. But these are extreme cases, and they would seldom exist if men and women entered into the married state with proper dispositions, not influenced by passion, but entertaining right ideas of the duties of marriage and of its noble purpose. Neither would they anticipate their marriage by a series of sins, drawing down upon them the wrath of God. To sum up all in a few words, there would be a calm and quiet constancy in marriage if married people would gather strength and life from the virtue of religion alone, which imparts to us resolution and fortitude. For marriage would enable them to bear tranquilly, and even gladly, the trials of their state, such as, for instance, the faults that they discover in one another, the difference of temper and character, the weight of a mother's cares, the wearing anxiety about the education of children, reverses of fortune, and the sorrows of life. Care also must be taken that they do not easily enter into marriage with those who are not Catholics, for when minds do not agree as to the observances of religion, it is scarcely possible to hope for agreement in other things. Other reasons also proving that persons should turn with dread from such marriages are chiefly these: that they give occasion to forbidden association and communion in religious matters, endanger the faith of the Catholic partner, are a hindrance to the proper education of the children, and often lead to a mixing up of truth and falsehood, and to the belief that all religions are equally good. Lastly, since we well know that none should be excluded from our charity, we commend, Venerable Brothers, to your fidelity and piety those unhappy persons who, carried away by the heat of passion, and being utterly indifferent to their salvation, live wickedly together without the bond of lawful marriage. Let your utmost care be exercised in bringing such persons back to their duty, and, both by your own efforts and by those of good men who will consent to help you, strive by every means that they may see how wrongly they have acted, that they may do penance, and that they may be induced to enter into a lawful marriage according to the Catholic rite. You will at once see, Venerable Brothers, that the doctrine and precepts in relation to Christian marriage, which we have thought good to communicate to you in this letter, tend no less to the preservation of civil society than to the everlasting salvation of souls. May God grant that, by reason of their gravity and importance, minds may everywhere be found docile and ready to obey them. For this end, let us all suppliantly, with humble prayer, implore the help of the Blessed and Immaculate Virgin Mary, that, our hearts being quickened to the obedience of faith, she may show herself our Mother and our Helper. With equal earnestness let us ask the princes of the Apostles, Peter and Paul, the destroyer of heresies, the sowers of the seed of truth, to save the human race by their powerful patronage from the deluge of errors that is surging afresh. In the meantime, as an earnest of heavenly gifts, and a testimony of our special benevolence, we grant you all, Venerable Brothers, and to the people confided to your charge, from the depths of our heart, the Apostolic benediction. End of Section 4. Section 5 of A Great Encyclical Letters of Leo XIII. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Freemasonry. Encyclical Letter Humanum Genus, April 20th, 1884. The race of man, after its miserable fall from God, the Creator and the Giver of heavenly gifts, through the envy of the devil, separated into two diverse and opposite parts, of which the one steadfastly contends for truth and virtue, the other for those things which are contrary to virtue and to truth. The one is the kingdom of God on earth, namely the true Church of Jesus Christ, and those who desire from their heart to be united with it, so as to gain salvation, must of necessity serve God and His only begotten Son, with their whole mind and with an entire will. The other is the kingdom of Satan, in whose possession and control are all whosoever follow the fatal example of their leader and of our first parents, those who refuse to obey the divine and eternal law, and who have many aims of their own in contempt of God, and many sins also against God. The twofold kingdom, St. Augustine keenly discerned and described, after the manner of two cities, contrary in their laws, because striving for contrary objects, and with a subtle brevity he expressed the efficient cause of each in these words: two loves formed two cities. The love of self, reaching even to contempt of God, an earthly city, and the love of God, reaching to contempt of self, a heavenly one. At every period of time each has been in conflict with the other, with a variety and multiplicity of weapons and of warfare, although not always with equal ardor and assault. At this period, however, the partisans of evil seem to be combining together, and to be struggling with united vehemence, led on or assisted by that strongly organized and widespread association called the Freemasons. No longer making any secret of their purposes, they are now boldly rising up against God Himself. They are planning the destruction of Holy Church publicly and openly, and this with the set purpose of utterly despoiling the nations of Christendom, if it were possible, of the blessings obtained for us through Jesus Christ our Saviour. Lamenting these evils, we are constrained by the charity which urges our heart to cry out often to God. For lo, thy enemies have made a noise, and they that hate thee have lifted up the head. They have taken a malicious counsel against thy people, and they have consulted against thy saints. They have said, Come, and let us destroy them, so that they be not a nation. At so urgent a crisis, when so fierce and so pressing an onslaught is made upon the Christian name, it is our office to point out the danger, to mark who are the adversaries, and to the best of our power to make head against their plans and devices, that those may not perish whose salvation is committed to us, and that the kingdom of Jesus Christ, entrusted to our charge, may not only stand and remain whole, but may be enlarged by an ever-increasing growth throughout the world. The Roman Pontiffs, our predecessors, in their incessant watchfulness over the safety of the Christian people, were prompt in detecting the presence and the purpose of this capital enemy immediately it sprang into light, instead of hiding as a dark conspiracy. And moreover, they took occasion with true foresight to give, as it were, the alarm, and to admonish both princes and nations to stand on their guard, and not allow themselves to be caught by the devices and snares laid out to deceive them. The first warning of the danger was given by Clement XII in the year 1738, and his constitution was confirmed and renewed by Benedict XIV. Pius VII followed the same path, and Leo XII, by his apostolic constitution, Quo Graviora, put together the acts and decrees of former pontiffs on this subject, and ratified and confirmed them forever. In the same sense spoke Pius VIII, Gregory XVI, and many times over Pius IX. For as soon as the constitution and the spirit of the Masonic sect were clearly discovered by manifest signs of its action, by cases investigated, by the publication of its laws, and of its rites and commentaries, with the addition often of the personal testimony of those who were in the secret, this Apostolic See denounced the sect of the Freemasons, and publicly declared its constitution as contrary to law and right, to be pernicious no less to Christendom than to the state, and it forbade any one to enter the society under the penalties which the Church is wont to inflict upon exceptionally guilty persons. The sectaries, indignant at this, thinking to elude or to weaken the force of these decrees, partly by contempt of them and partly by calumny, accused the sovereign pontiffs, who had passed them, either of exceeding the bounds of moderation in their decrees, or of decreeing what was not just. This was the manner in which they endeavored to elude the authority and the weight of the apostolic constitutions of Clement XII and Benedict XIV, as well as Pius VII and Pius IX. Yet in the very society itself there were to be found men who unwillingly acknowledged the Roman pontiffs had acted within their right, according to the Catholic doctrine and discipline. The pontiffs received the same assent, and in strong terms, from many princes and heads of governments, who made it their business either to delate the Masonic Society to the Apostolic See, or of their own accord, by special enactments, to brand it as pernicious, as, for example, in Holland, Austria, Switzerland, Spain, Bavaria, Savoy, and other parts of Italy. But, what is of highest importance, the course of events has demonstrated the prudence of our predecessors. for their provident and paternal solicitude had not always and everywhere the result desired, and this either because of the simulation and cunning of some who were active agents in the mischief, or else of the thoughtless levity of the rest, who ought in their own interest to have given to the matter their diligent attention. In consequence, the sect of Freemasons grew with a rapidity beyond conception in the course of a century and a half, until it came to be able, by means of fraud or of audacity, to gain such entrance into every rank of the state as to seem to be almost its ruling power. This swift and formidable advance has brought upon the Church, upon the power of princes, upon the public well-being, precisely that grievous harm which our predecessors had long before foreseen. Such a condition has been reached that henceforth there will be grave reason to fear, not indeed for the Church, for her foundation is much too firm to be overturned by the efforts of men, but for those states in which prevails the power either of the sect of which we are speaking, or of other sects not dissimilar, which lend themselves to it as disciples and subordinates. For these reasons we no sooner came to the helm of the Church than we clearly saw and felt it to be our duty to use our authority to the very utmost against so vast an evil. We have several times already, as occasion served, attacked certain chief points of teaching which showed in a special manner the perverse influence of Masonic opinions. Thus, in our Encyclical letter, Quod Apostolici Muneris, we endeavored to refute the monstrous doctrines of the Socialists and Communists. Afterwards, in another beginning, Arcanum, we took pains to defend and explain the true and genuine idea of domestic life, of which marriage is the spring and origin. And again, in that which begins De Aeternum, we described the ideal of political government, conformed to the principles of Christian wisdom, which is marvelously in harmony, on the one hand, with the natural order of things, and, on the other, with the well-being of both sovereign princes and nations. It is now our intention, following the example of our predecessors, directly to treat of the Masonic Society itself, of its whole teaching, of its aims, and of its manner of thinking and acting, in order to bring more and more into the light its power for evil, and to do what we can to arrest the contagion of this fatal plague. There are several organized bodies which, though differing in name, in ceremonial, in form and origin, are nevertheless so bound together by community of purpose and by the similarity of their main opinions, as to make in fact one thing with the sect of the Freemasons, which is a kind of centre whence they all go forth, and whither they all return. Now, these no longer show a desire to remain concealed, for they hold their meetings in the daylight and before the public eye, and publish their own newspaper organs, and yet, when thoroughly understood, they are found still to retain the nature and the habits of secret societies. There are many things like mysteries which it is the fixed rule to hide with extreme care, not only from strangers, but from very many members also, such as their secret and final designs, the names of their chief leaders, and certain secret and inner meetings, as well as their decisions, and the ways and means of carrying them out. This is, no doubt, the object of the manifold difference among the members as to right, office, and privilege, of the received distinction of orders and grades, and of that severe discipline which is maintained. Candidates are generally commanded to promise, nay, with a special oath, to swear, that they will never, to any person, at any time, or in any way, make known the members, the passes, or the subjects discussed. Thus, with a fraudulent external appearance, and with a style of simulation which is always the same, the Freemasons, like the Manichees of old, strive as far as possible to conceal themselves, and to admit no witnesses but their own members. As a convenient manner of concealment, they assume the character of literary men and scholars, associated for purposes of learning. They speak of their zeal for a more cultured refinement, and of their love for the poor, and they declare their one wish to be the amelioration of the condition of the masses, and to share with the largest possible number all the benefits of civil life. Were these purposes aimed at in real truth, they are by no means the whole of their object. Moreover, to be enrolled, it is necessary that the candidates promise and undertake to be thenceforward strictly obedient to their leaders and masters with the utmost submission and fidelity, and to be in readiness to do their bidding upon the slightest expression of their will, or, if disobedient, to submit to the direst penalties and death itself. As a fact, if any are judged to have betrayed the doings of the sect, or to have resisted commands given, punishment is inflicted on them not infrequently, and with so much audacity and dexterity, that the assassin very often escapes the detection and penalty of his crime. But to simulate and wish to lie hid, to bind men like slaves in the very tightest bonds, and without giving any sufficient reason, to make use of men enslaved to the will of another for any arbitrary act, to arm men's right hands for bloodshed after securing impunity for the crime, all this is an enormity from which nature recoils. Wherefore reason and truth itself make it plain that the society of which we are speaking is in antagonism with justice and natural uprightness. And this becomes still plainer, inasmuch as other arguments also, and those very manifest, prove that it is essentially opposed to natural virtue. For, no matter how great may be men's cleverness in concealing and their experience in lying, it is impossible to prevent the effects of any cause from showing, in some way, the intrinsic nature of the cause whence they come. A good tree cannot produce bad fruit, nor a bad tree produce good fruit. Now, the Masonic sect produces fruits that are pernicious and of the bitterest savor. For, from what we have above most clearly shown, that which is their ultimate purpose forces itself into view, namely, the utter overthrow of that whole religious and political order of the world which the Christian teaching has produced, and the substitution of a new state of things, in accordance with their ideas, of which the foundations and laws shall be drawn from mere naturalism. What we have said, and are about to say, must be understood of the sect of the Freemasons, taken generally, and in so far as it comprises the associations kindred to it and confederated with it, but not of the individual members of them. There may be persons amongst these, and not a few, who, although not free from the guilt of having entangled themselves in such associations, yet are neither themselves partners in their criminal acts, nor aware of the ultimate object which they are endeavoring to attain. In the same way, some of the affiliated societies, perhaps, by no means approve of the extreme conclusions which they would, if consistent, embrace as necessarily following from their common principles, did not their very foulness strike them with horror. Some of these, again, are led by circumstances of time and places, either to aim at smaller things than the others usually attempt, or than they themselves would wish to attempt. They are not, however, for this reason, to be reckoned as alien in the Masonic Federation, for the Masonic Federation is to be judged not so much by the things which it has done, or brought to a completion, as by the sum of its pronounced opinions. Now the fundamental doctrine of the naturalists, which they sufficiently make known by their very name, is that human nature and human reason ought in all things to be mistress and guide. Laying this down, they care little for duties to God, or pervert them by erroneous and vague opinions. For they deny that anything has been taught by God. They allow no dogma of religion or truth which cannot be understood by the human intelligence, nor any teacher who ought to be believed by reason of his authority. And since it is a special and exclusive duty of the Catholic Church fully to set forth in words truth divinely received, to teach, besides other divine helps to salvation, the authority of its office, and to defend the same with perfect purity, it is against the Church that the rage and attack of the enemies are principally directed. In those matters which regard religion, let it be seen how the sect of the Freemasons acts, especially where it is more free to act without restraint, and then let any one judge whether in fact it does not wish to carry out the policy of the naturalists. By a long and persevering labor they endeavor to bring about this result, namely, that the office and authority of the Church may become of no account in the civil state, and for this same reason they declare to the people and contend that Church and State ought to be altogether disunited. By this means they reject from the laws and from the commonwealth the wholesome influence of the Catholic religion, and they consequently imagine that states ought to be constituted without any regard for the laws and precepts of the Church. Nor do they think it enough to disregard the Church, the best of guides, unless they also injure it by their hostility. Indeed, with them it is lawful to attack with impunity the very foundations of the Catholic religion, in speech, in writing, and in teaching, and even the rights of the Church are not spared, and the offices with which it is divinely invested are not safe. The least possible liberty to manage affairs is left to the Church, and this is done by laws not apparently very hostile, but in reality framed and fitted to hinder freedom of action. Moreover, we see exceptional and onerous laws imposed upon the clergy, to the end that they may be continually diminished in number and in necessary means. We see also the remnants of the possessions of the Church, fettered by the strictest conditions, and subjected to the power and arbitrary will of the administrators of the state, and the religious orders rooted up and scattered. But against the Apostolic See and the Roman Pontiff, the contention of these enemies has been for a long time directed. The Pontiff was first, for specious reasons, thrust out from the bulwark of his liberty and of his right, the civil princedom. Soon he was unjustly driven into a condition which was unbearable because of the difficulties raised on all sides. And now the time has come when the partisans of the sects openly declare what in secret among themselves they have for so long time plotted, that the sacred power of the pontiffs must be abolished, and that the pontificate itself, founded by divine right, must be utterly destroyed. If other proofs are wanting, this fact will be sufficiently disclosed by the testimony of men well informed, of whom some at other times, and others again recently, have declared it to be true of the Freemasons, that they especially desire to assail the Church with irreconcilable hostility, and that they will never rest until they have destroyed whatever the Supreme Pontiffs have established for the sake of religion. If those who are admitted as members are not commanded to abjure by any form of words the Catholic doctrines, this omission, so far from being adverse to the designs of the Freemasons, is more useful for their purposes. First, in this way they easily deceive the simple-minded and the heedless, and can induce a far greater number to become members. Again, as all who offer themselves are received, whatever may be their form of religion, they thereby teach the general error of this age, that a regard for religion should be held as an indifferent matter, and that all religions are alike. This manner of reasoning is calculated to bring about the ruin of all forms of religion, and especially of the Catholic religion, which, as it is the only one that is true, cannot without great injustice be regarded as merely equal to other religions. But the naturalists go much further, for having, in the highest things, entered upon a wholly erroneous course, they are carried headlong to extremes, either by reason of the weakness of human nature, or because God inflicts upon them the just punishment of their pride. Hence it happens that they no longer consider as certain and permanent those things which are fully understood by the natural light of reason, such as certainly are, the existence of God, the immaterial nature of the human soul, and its immortality. The sect of the Freemasons, by a similar course of error, is exposed to these same dangers. For although in a general way they may profess the existence of God, they themselves are witnesses that they do not all maintain this truth with the fullest assent of the mind, or with a firm conviction. Neither do they conceal that this question about God is the greatest source and cause of discords among them. In fact, it is certain that a considerable contention about this same subject has existed among them very lately. But indeed the sect allows great liberty to its votaries, so that to each side is given the right to defend its own opinion, either that there is a God, or that there is none. And those who obstinately contend that there is no God are as easily initiated as those who contend that God exists, though, like the pantheists, they have false notions concerning him, all which is nothing else than taking away the reality, while retaining some absurd representation of the divine nature. When this greatest fundamental truth has been overturned or weakened, it follows that those truths also, which are known by the teaching of nature, must begin to fall, namely, that all things are made by the free will of God the Creator, that the world is governed by providence, that souls do not die, that to this life of men upon the earth there will succeed another and an everlasting life. When these truths are done away with, which are the principles of nature and important for knowledge and for practical use, it is easy to see what will become of both public and private morality. We say nothing of those more heavenly virtues which no one can exercise or even acquire without a special gift and grace of God, of which necessarily no trace can be found in those who reject as unknown the redemption of mankind, the grace of God, the sacraments, and the happiness to be obtained in heaven. We speak now of the duties which have their origin in natural probity, that God is the Creator of the world and its provident ruler, that the eternal law commands the natural order to be maintained and forbids that it be disturbed, that the last end of men is a destiny far above human things and beyond the sojourning upon the earth. These are the sources and these the principles of all justice and morality. If these be taken away, as the Naturalists and Freemasons desire, there will immediately be no knowledge as to what constitutes justice and injustice, or upon what principle morality is founded. And, in truth, the teaching of morality, which alone finds favor with the sect of Freemasons, and in which they contend that youth should be instructed, is that what they call civil and independent and free, namely, that which does not contain any religious belief. But how insufficient such teaching is, how wanting in soundness, and how easily moved by every impulse of passion, is sufficiently proved by its sad fruits, which have already begun to appear. For wherever, by removing Christian education, the sect has begun more completely to rule, their goodness and integrity of morals have begun quickly to perish. Monstrous and shameful opinions have grown up, and the audacity of evil deeds has risen to a high degree. All this is commonly complained of and deplored, and not a few of those who by so means wish to do so are compelled by abundant evidence to give not infrequently the same testimony. Moreover, since human nature was stained by original sin, and is therefore more disposed to vice than to virtue, for a virtuous life it is absolutely necessary to restrain the disorderly movements of the soul, and to make the passions obedient to reason. In this conflict human things must very often be despised, and the greatest labors and hardships must be undergone, in order that reason may always hold its sway. But the Naturalists and Freemasons, having no faith in those things which we have learned by the revelation of God, deny that our first parents sinned, and consequently think that free will is not at all weakened and inclined to evil. On the contrary, exaggerating rather our natural virtue and excellence, and placing therein alone the principle and rule of justice, they cannot even imagine that there is any need at all of a constant struggle and a perfect steadfastness to overcome the violence and rule the passions of our nature. Wherefore we see that men are publicly tempted by the many allurements of pleasure, that there are journals and pamphlets with neither moderation nor shame, that stage plays are remarkable for license, that designs for works of art are shamelessly sought in the laws of a so-called realism, that the contrivances for a soft and delicate life are most carefully devised, and that all the blandishments of pleasure are diligently sought out, by which virtue may be lulled to sleep. Wickedly also, but at the same time quite consistently, do those act who do away with the expectation of the joys of heaven, and bring down all happiness to the level of mortality, and as it were, sink it in the earth. Of what we have said, the following fact, astonishing not so much in itself as in its open expression, may serve as a confirmation. For, since generally no one is accustomed to obey crafty and clever men so submissively as those whose soul is weakened and broken down by the domination of the passions, there have been in the sect of the Freemasons some who have plainly determined and proposed that, artfully and of set purpose, the multitude shall be satiated with a boundless license of vice, as, when this has been done, it would easily come under their power and authority for any acts of daring. What refers to domestic life in the teaching of the Naturalists is almost all contained in the following declarations. that marriage belongs to the genus of commercial contracts, which can rightly be revoked by the will of those who made them, and that the civil rulers of the state have power over the matrimonial bond; that in the education of youth nothing is to be taught in the matter of religion as of certain and fixed opinion, and each one must be left at liberty to follow, when he comes of age, whatever he may prefer. To these things the Freemasons fully assent, and not only assent, but have long endeavored to make them into a law and institution. For in many countries, and those nominally Catholic, it is enacted that no marriage shall be considered lawful except those contracted by the civil right. In other places the law permits divorce, and in others every effort is used to make it lawful as soon as may be. Thus the time is quickly coming when marriages will be turned into another kind of contract, that is, into changeable and uncertain unions, which fancy may join together, and which the same, when changed, may disunite. With the greatest unanimity, the sect of the Freemasons also endeavors to take to itself the education of youth. They think that they can easily mold to their opinions that soft and pliant age, and bend it whither they will, and that nothing can be more fitted than this to enable them to bring up the youth of the state after their own plan. Therefore, in the education and instruction of children, they allow no share, either of teaching or of discipline, to the ministers of the Church; and in many places they have procured that the education of youth shall be exclusively in the hands of laymen, and that nothing which treats of the more important and most holy duties of men to God shall be introduced into this instruction on morals. Then come their doctrines of politics, in which the naturalists lay down that all men have the same right, and are in every respect of equal and like condition, that each one is naturally free, that no one has the right to command another, that it is an act of violence to require men to obey any authority other than that which is obtained from themselves. According to this, therefore, all things belong to the free people. Power is held by the command or permission of the people, so that, when the popular will changes, rulers may lawfully be deposed, and the source of all rights and civil duties is either in the multitude or in the governing authority, when this is constituted according to the latest doctrines. It is held also that the state should be without God, that in the various forms of religion there is no reason why one should have precedence of another, and that they are all to occupy the same place. That these doctrines are equally acceptable to the Freemasons, and that they would wish to constitute states according to this example and model, it is too well known to require proof. For some time past they have openly endeavored to bring this about with all their strength and resources, and in this they prepare the way for not a few bolder men who are hurrying on even to worse things, in their endeavor to obtain equality and community of all goods by the destruction of every distinction of rank and property. What, therefore, the sect of Freemasons is, and what course it pursues, appears sufficiently from the summary we have briefly given. Their chief dogmas are so greatly and manifestly at variance with reason that nothing can be more perverse. To wish to destroy the religion and the Church which God Himself has established, and whose perpetuity He ensures by His protection, and to bring back after a lapse of 18 centuries the manners and customs of the pagans, is signal folly and audacious impiety. Neither is it less horrible nor more tolerable that they should repudiate the benefits which Jesus Christ has mercifully obtained, not only for individuals, but also for the family and for civil society, benefits which, even according to the judgment and testimony of enemies of Christianity, are very great. In this insane and wicked endeavor we may almost see the implacable hatred and spirit of revenge with which Satan himself is inflamed against Jesus Christ. So also the studious endeavor of the Freemasons to destroy the chief foundations of justice and honesty, and to cooperate with those who would wish, as if they were mere animals, to do what they please, tends only to the ignominious and disgraceful ruin of the human race. The evil, too, is increased by the dangers which threaten both domestic and civil society. As we have elsewhere shown, in marriage, according to the belief of almost every nation, there is something sacred and religious, and the law of God has determined that marriages shall not be dissolved. If they are deprived of their sacred character and made dissoluble, Trouble and confusion in the family will be the result, the wife being deprived of her dignity, and the children left without protection as to their interest and well-being. To have in public matters no care for religion, and in the arrangement and administration of civil affairs to have no more regard for God than if He did not exist, is a rashness unknown to the very pagans. For in their heart and soul the notion of a divinity and the need of public religion were so firmly fixed that they would have thought it easier to have a city without foundation than a city without God. Human society, indeed, for which by nature we are formed, has been constituted by God, the author of nature, and from Him, as from their principle and source, flow in all their strength and permanence the countless benefits with which society abounds. As we are each of us admonished by the very voice of nature to worship God in piety and holiness, as the giver unto us of life and of all that is good therein, so also, and for the same reason, nations and states are bound to worship Him, and therefore it is clear that those who would absolve society from all religious duty act not only unjustly, but also with ignorance and folly. As men are by the will of God born for civil union in society, and as the power to rule is so necessary a bond of society that, if it be taken away, society must at once be broken up, it follows that from Him who is the author of society has come also the authority to rule, so that whosoever rules he is the minister of God. Wherefore, as the end and nature of human society so requires, it is right to obey the just commands of lawful authority, as it is right to obey God, who ruled all things, and it is most untrue that the people have it in their power to cast aside their obedience whensoever they please. In like manner, no one doubts that all men are equal one to another, so far as regards their common origin and nature, or the last end which each one has to attain, or the rights and duties which are thence derived. But as the abilities of all are not equal, as one differs from another in the powers of mind or body, and as there are very many dissimilarities of manner, disposition, and character, it is most repugnant to reason to endeavor to confine all within the same measure, and to extend complete equality to the institutions of civil life. Just as a perfect condition of the body results from the conjunction and composition of its various members, which, though differing in form and purpose, make, by their union and the distribution of each one to its proper place, a combination beautiful to behold, firm in strength, and necessary for use, so, in the commonwealth, there is an almost infinite dissimilarity of men as parts of the whole. If they are to be all equal, and each is to follow his own will, the state will appear most deformed. But if, with a distinction of degrees of dignity, of pursuits and employments, all aptly conspire for the common good, they will present a natural image of a well-constituted state. Now, from the disturbing errors which we have described, the greatest dangers to states are to be feared. For, the fear of God and reverence for divine laws being taken away, the authority of rulers despised, sedition permitted and approved, and the popular passions urged up to lawlessness, with no restraint save that of punishment, a change and overthrow of all things will necessarily follow. Yes, this change and overthrow is deliberately planned and put forward by many associations of communists and socialists, and to their undertaking the sect of Freemasons is not hostile, but greatly favors their designs, and holds in common with them their chief opinions. And if these men do not at once and everywhere endeavor to carry out their extreme views, it is not to be attributed to their teaching and their will, but to the virtue of that divine religion which cannot be destroyed, and also because the sounder part of men, refusing to be enslaved to secret societies, vigorously resist their insane attempts. Would that all men would judge of the tree by its fruits, and would acknowledge the seed and origin of the evils which press upon us, and of the dangers that are impending. We have to deal with a deceitful and crafty enemy, who, gratifying the ears of people and princes, has ensnared them by smooth speeches and by adulation. Ingratiating themselves with rulers under a pretense of friendship, the Freemasons have endeavored to make them their allies, and powerful helpers for the destruction of the Christian name, and that they might more strongly urge them on, they have, with determined calumny, accused the Church of individually contending with rulers in matters that affect their authority and sovereign power. Having by these artifices ensured their own safety and audacity, they have begun to exercise great weight in the government of states. But nevertheless they are prepared to shake the foundations of empires, to harass the rulers of the state, to accuse and to cast them out, as often as they appear to govern otherwise than they themselves would have wished. In like manner they have by flattery deluded the people, proclaiming with a loud voice liberty and public prosperity, and saying that it was owing to the Church and to sovereigns that the multitude were not drawn out of their unjust servitude and poverty they have imposed upon the people. And, exciting them by a thirst for novelty, they have urged them to assail both the Church and the civil power. Nevertheless, the expectation of the benefits which were hoped for was greater than the reality. Indeed, the common people, more oppressed than they were before, are deprived in their misery of that solace which, if things had been arranged in a Christian manner, they would have had with ease and in abundance. But whoever strive against the order which divine Providence has constituted pay usually the penalty of their pride, and meet with affliction and misery where they have rashly hoped to find all things prosperous and in conformity with their desires. The Church, if she directs men to render obedience, chiefly and above all to God, the sovereign Lord, is wrongly and falsely believed either to be envious of the civil power, or to arrogate to herself something of the rights of sovereigns. On the contrary, she teaches that what is rightly due to the civil power must be rendered to it with a conviction and consciousness of duty. In teaching that from God Himself comes the right of ruling, she adds a great dignity to civil authority, and no small help towards obtaining the obedience and goodwill of the citizens. The friend of peace and sustainer of concord, she embraces all with maternal love, and, intent only upon giving help to moral man, she teaches that to justice must be joined clemency, equity to authority, and moderation to law-giving, that no one's right must be violated, that order and public tranquillity are to be maintained, and that the poverty of those who are in need is, as far as possible, to be relieved by public and private charity. But for this reason, to use the words of St. Augustine, men think, or would have it believed, that Christian teaching is not suited to the good of the state, for they wish the state to be founded not on solid virtue, but on the impunity of vice. Knowing these things, both princes and people would act with political wisdom, and according to the needs of general safety, if, instead of joining the Freemasons to destroy the Church, they join with the Church in repelling their attacks. Whatever the future may be, in this grave and widespread evil it is our duty, venerable brethren, to endeavor to find a remedy. And because we know that our best and firmest hope of a remedy is in the power of that divine religion which the Freemasons hate, in proportion to their fear of it, we think it to be of chief importance to call that most saving power to our aid against the common enemy. Therefore, whatsoever the Roman Pontiffs, our predecessors, have decreed for the purpose of opposing the undertakings and endeavors of the Masonic sect, and whatsoever they have enacted to deter or withdraw men from societies of this kind, we ratify and confirm it all by our apostolic authority. And trusting greatly to the goodwill of Christians, we pray and beseech each one, for the sake of his eternal salvation, to be most conscientiously careful not in the least to depart from what the Apostolic See has commanded in this matter. We pray and beseech you, venerable brethren, to join your efforts with ours, and earnestly to strive for the extirpation of this foul plague, which is creeping through the veins of the state. You have to defend the glory of God and the salvation of your neighbor, and with this object of your strife before you, neither courage nor strength will be wanting. It will be for your prudence to judge by what means you can best overcome the difficulties and obstacles you meet with. But as it befits the authority of our office that we ourselves should point out some suitable way of proceeding, we wish it to be your role first of all to tear away the mask from Freemasonry, and to let it be seen as it really is, and by sermons and pastoral letters to instruct the people as to the artifices used by societies of this kind in seducing men, and enticing them into their ranks, and as to the depravity of their opinions and the wickedness of their acts. As our predecessors have many times repeated, let no man think that he may for any reason whatsoever join the Masonic sect, if he values his Catholic name and his eternal salvation as he ought to value them. Let no one be deceived by a pretense of honesty. It may seem to some that Freemasons demand nothing that is openly contrary to religion and morality, but, as the whole principle and object of the sect lies in what is vicious and criminal, to join with these men or in any way to help them cannot be lawful. Further, by assiduous teaching and exhortation, the multitude must be drawn to learn diligently the precepts of religion, for which purpose we earnestly advise that by opportune writings and sermons they may be taught the elements of those sacred truths in which Christian philosophy is contained. The result of this will be that the minds of men will be made sound by instruction, and will be protected against many forms of error and inducements to wickedness, especially in the present unbounded freedom of writing and insatiable eagerness for learning. Great indeed is the work, but in it the clergy will share your labors if, through your care, they are fitted for it by learning and a well-trained life. This good and great work requires to be helped also by the industry of those amongst the laity in whom a love of religion and of country is joined to learning and goodness of life. By uniting the efforts of both clergy and laity, strive, venerable brethren, to make men thoroughly know and love the Church. For the greater their knowledge and love of the Church, the more will they be turned away from clandestine societies. Wherefore, not without cause do we use this occasion to state again what we have stated elsewhere, namely, that the Third Order of St. Francis, whose discipline we a little while ago prudently mitigated, should be studiously promoted and sustained. For the whole object of this order, as constituted by its founder, is to invite men to an imitation of Jesus Christ, to a love of the Church, and to the observance of all Christian virtues. And therefore it ought to be of great influence in suppressing the contagion of wicked societies. Let, therefore, this holy sodality be strengthened by a daily increase. Amongst the many benefits to be expected from it will be the great benefit of drawing the minds of men to liberty, fraternity, and equality of right, not such as the Freemasons absurdly imagine, but such as Jesus Christ obtained for the human race, and St. Francis aspired to. The liberty, we mean, of sons of God, through which we may be made free from slavery to Satan or to our passions, both of them most wicked masters. The fraternity whose origin is in God, the common Creator and Father of all. The equality which, founded on justice and charity, does not take away all distinctions among men, but, out of the varieties of life, of duties, and of pursuits, forms that union and that harmony which naturally tend to the benefit and dignity of the state. In the third place, there is a matter wisely instituted by our forefathers, but in course of time laid aside, which may now be used as a pattern and form of something similar. We mean the associations or guilds of workmen for the protection, under the guidance of religion, both of their temporal interests and of their morality. If our ancestors, by long use and experience, felt the benefit of these guilds, our age perhaps will feel it the more by reason of the opportunity which they will give of crushing the power of the sects. Those who support themselves by the labor of their hands, besides being, of their very condition, most worthy above all others of charity and consolation, are also especially exposed to the allurements of men, whose ways lie in fraud and deceit. Therefore they ought to be helped with the greatest possible kindness, and to be invited to join associations that are good, lest they be drawn away to others that are evil. For this reason, we greatly wish, for the salvation of the people, that, under the auspices and patronage of the bishops, and at convenient times, these guilds may be generally restored. To our great delight, sodalities of this kind, and also associations of masters, have in many places already been established, having, each class of them, for their object to help the honest workman, to protect and guard his children and family, and to promote in them piety, Christian knowledge, and a moral life. And in this matter we cannot omit mentioning that exemplary society, named after its founder, St. Vincent, which has deserved so well of the people of the lower order. Its acts and its aims are well known, Its whole object is to give relief to the poor and miserable. This it does with singular prudence and modesty, and the less it wishes to be seen, the better is it fitted for the exercise of Christian charity and for the relief of suffering. In the fourth place, in order more easily to attain what we wish, to your fidelity and watchfulness we commend in a special manner the young, as being the hope of human society. Devote the greatest part of your care to their instruction, and do not think that any precaution can be great enough in keeping them from manners in schools whence the pestilent breath of the sects is to be feared. Under your guidance, let parents, religious instructors, and priests, having the cure of souls, use every opportunity in their Christian teaching of warning their children and pupils of the infamous nature of these societies, so that they may learn in good time to beware of the various and fraudulent artifices by which their promoters are accustomed to ensnare people. And those who instruct the young in religious knowledge will act wisely if they induce all of them to resolve and to undertake never to bind themselves to any society without the knowledge of their parents or the advice of their parish priest or director. We well know, however, that our united labors will by no means suffice to pluck up these pernicious seeds from the Lord's field, unless the Heavenly Master of the vineyard shall mercifully help us in our endeavors. We trust, therefore, with great and anxious care, implore of Him the help which the greatness of the danger and of the need requires. The sect of the Freemasons shows itself insolent and proud of its success, and seems as if it would put no bounds to its pertinacity. Its followers, joined together by a wicked compact and by secret counsels, give help one to another, and excite one another to an audacity for evil things. So vehement an attack demands an equal defense, namely, that all good men should form the widest possible association of action and of prayer. We beseech them, therefore, with united hearts, to stand together, and unmoved against the advancing force of the sects, and in mourning and supplication to stretch out their hands to God, praying that the Christian name may flourish and prosper, that the Church may enjoy its needed liberty, that those who have gone astray may return to a right mind, that error at length may give place to truth, and vice to virtue. Let us take as our helper and intercessor the Virgin Mary, Mother of God, so that she, who from the moment of her conception overcame Satan, may show her power over these evil sects, in which is revived the contumacious spirit of the demon, together with his unsubdued perfidy and deceit. Let us beseech Michael, the prince of the heavenly angels, who drove out the infernal foe, and Joseph, the spouse of the Most Holy Virgin, and heavenly patron of the Catholic Church, and the great apostles Peter and Paul, the fathers and victorious champions of the Christian faith. By their patronage and by perseverance in united prayer, we hope that God will mercifully and opportunely succor the human race, which is encompassed by so many dangers. As a pledge of heavenly gifts and of our benevolence, we lovingly grant in the Lord to you, venerable brethren, and to the clergy and all the people committed to your watchful care, our apostolic benediction. End of section 5. Section 6 of the Great Encyclical Letters of Pope Leo XIII. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Christian Constitution of States. Encyclical Letter Immortale Dei, November 1st, 1885. The Catholic Church, that imperishable handiwork of our all-merciful God, has for her immediate and natural purpose the saving of souls and securing our happiness in heaven. Yet in regard to things temporal, she is the source of benefits as manifold and great as if the chief end of her existence were to ensure the prospering of our earthly life. And in truth, wherever the Church has set her foot, she has straightway changed the face of things, and has attempted the moral tone of the people, with a new civilization, and with virtues before unknown. All nations which have yielded to her sway have become eminent for their culture, their sense of justice, and the glory of their high deeds. And yet a hackneyed reproach of old date is levelled against her that the Church is opposed to the rightful aims of the civil government, and is wholly unable to afford help in spreading that welfare and progress which justly and naturally are sought after by every well-regulated state. From the very beginning, Christians were harassed by slanderous accusations of this nature, and on that account were held up to hatred and execration for being, so they were called, enemies of the empire. The Christian religion was, moreover, commonly charged with being the cause of the calamities that so frequently befell the state, whereas, in very truth, just punishment was being awarded to guilty nations by an avenging God. This odious calumny, which most valid reason, nerved the genius and sharpened the pen of St. Augustine, who, notably in his treatise on the City of God, set forth in so bright a light the worth of Christian wisdom and its relation to the public weal, that he seems not merely to have pleaded the cause of the Christians of his day, but to have refuted for all future times impeachments so grossly contrary to truth. The wicked proneness, however, to levy the like charges and accusations has not been lulled to rest. Many, indeed, are they who have tried to work out a plan of civil society based on doctrines other than those approved by the Catholic Church. Nay, in these latter days, a novel scheme of law has begun here and there to gain increase and influence, the outcome, as it is maintained, of an age arrived at full stature, and the result of liberty and evolution. But though endeavors of various kinds have been ventured on, it is clear that no better mode has been devised for the building up and ruling the state than that which is the necessary growth of the teachings of the Gospel. We deem it, therefore, of the highest moment, and a strict duty of our apostolic office, to contrast with the lessons taught by Christ the novel theories now advanced touching the state. By this means we cherish hope that the bright shining of the truth may scatter the mists of error and doubt, so that one and all may see clearly the imperious law of life, which they are bound to follow and obey. It is not difficult to determine what would be the form and character of the state were it governed according to the principles of Christian philosophy. Man's natural instinct moves him to live in civil society, for he cannot, if dwelling apart, provide himself with the necessary requirements of life, nor procure the means of developing his mental and moral faculties. Hence it is divinely ordained that he should lead his life, be it family, social, or civil, with his fellow men, amongst whom alone his several wants can be adequately supplied. But as no society can hold together unless someone be over all, directing all to strive earnestly for the common good, every civilized community must have a ruling authority, and this authority, no less than society itself, has its source in nature, and has consequently God for its author. Hence it follows that all public power must proceed from God, for God alone is the true and supreme Lord of the world. Everything, without exception, must be subject to Him, and must serve Him, so that whosoever holds the right to govern, holds it from one sole and single source, namely, God, the sovereign ruler of all. There is no power but from God. The right to rule is not necessarily, however, bound up with any special mode of government. It may take this or that form, provided only that it be of a nature to ensure the general welfare. But whatever be the nature of the government, rulers must ever bear in mind that God is the paramount ruler of the world, and must set Him before themselves as their exemplar in law and the administration of the state. For, in things visible, God has fashioned secondary causes, in which His divine action can in some wise be discerned, leading up to the end to which the course of the world is ever tending. In like manner, in civil society, God has always willed that there should be a ruling authority, and that they who are invested with it should reflect the divine power and providence in some measure over the human race. They, therefore, who rule should rule with even-handed justice, not as masters, but rather as fathers, for the rule of God over man is most just, and is tempered always with a father's kindness. Government should, moreover, be administered for the well-being of the citizens, because they who govern others possess authority solely for the welfare of the state. Furthermore, the civil power must not be subservient to the advantage of any one individual or of some few persons, inasmuch as it was established for the common good of all. But if those who are in authority rule unjustly, if they govern overbearingly or arrogantly, and if their measures prove hurtful to the people, they must remember that the Almighty will one day bring them to account, the more strictly in proportion to the sacredness of their office and preeminence of their dignity. The mighty shall be mightily tormented. Then truly will the majesty of the law meet with the dutiful and willing homage of the people, when they are convinced that their rulers hold authority from God, and feel that it is a matter of justice and duty to obey them, and to show them reverence and fealty, united to a love not unlike that which children show their parents. Let every soul be subject to higher powers. To despise legitimate authority, in whomsoever vested, is unlawful, as a rebellion against the divine will, and whoever resists that, rushes wilfully to destruction. He that resisteth the power resisteth the ordinance of God, and they that resist purchase to themselves damnation. To cast aside obedience, and by popular violence to incite to revolt, is therefore treason, not against man only, but against God. As a consequence, the state, constituted as it is clearly bound to act up to the manifold and weighty duties linking it to God by the public profession of religion. Nature and reason, which command every individual devoutly to worship God in holiness, because we belong to Him and must return to Him, since from Him we came, bind also the civil community to a like law. For men living together in society are under the power of God, no less than individuals are, and society, not less than individuals, owes gratitude to God, who gave it being and maintains it, and whose ever bounteous goodness enriches it with countless blessings. Since, then, no one is allowed to be remiss in the service due to God, and since the chief duty of all men is to cling to religion, in both its teaching and practice, not such religion as they may have a preference for, but the religion which God enjoins, and which certain and most clear marks show to be the only one true religion, it is a public crime to act as though there were no God. So, too, is it a sin in the state not to have care for religion, as of something beyond its scope, or as of no practical benefit, or out of many forms of religion to adopt that one which chimes in with the fancy. For we are bound absolutely to worship God in that way which He has shown to be His will. All who rule, therefore, should hold in honor the holy name of God, and one of their chief duties must be to favor religion, to protect it, to shield it under the credit and sanction of the laws, and neither to organize nor enact any measure that may compromise its safety. This is the bounden duty of rulers to the people over whom they rule. For one and all are we destined by our birth and adoption to enjoy, when this frail and fleeting life is ended, a supreme and final good in heaven, and to the attainment of this every endeavor should be directed. Since, then, upon this depends the full and perfect happiness of mankind, the securing of this end should be of all imaginable interest the most urgent. Hence, civil society, established for the common welfare, should not only safeguard the well-being of the community, but have also at heart the interest of its individual members, in such mode as not in any way to hinder, but in every manner to render as easy as may be, the possession of that highest and unchangeable good for which we all should seek. Wherefore, for this purpose, care must especially be taken to preserve unharmed and unimpeded the religion whereof the practice is the link connecting man with God. Now, it cannot be difficult to find out which is the true religion, if only it be sought with an earnest and unbiased mind, for proofs are abundant and striking. We have, for example, the fulfillment of prophecies, miracles in great number, the rapid spread of the faith in the midst of enemies and in face of overwhelming obstacles, the witness of the martyrs and the like. From all these it is evident that the only true religion is the one established by Jesus Christ himself, and which he committed to his Church to protect and propagate. For the only begotten Son of God established on earth a society which is called the Church, and to it he handed over the exalted and divine office which he had received from his Father, to be continued through the ages to come. As the Father has sent me, I also send you. Behold, I am with you all days, even to the consummation of the world. Consequently, as Jesus Christ came into the world, that men might have life and have it more abundantly, so also has the Church for its aim and end the eternal salvation of souls, and hence it is so constituted as to open wide its arms to all mankind, unhampered by any limit of either time or place. Preach ye the gospel to every creature. Over this mighty multitude God has himself set rulers with power to govern, and he has willed that one should be the head of all, and the chief and unerring teacher of truth, to whom he has given the keys of the kingdom of heaven. Feed my lambs, feed my sheep. I have prayed for thee that thy faith fail not. This society is made up of men, just as civil society is, and yet is supernatural and spiritual, on account of the end for which it was founded, and of the means by which it aims at attaining that end. Hence it is distinguished and differs from civil society, and what is of highest moment, it is a society chartered as of divine right, perfect in its nature and in its title, to possess in itself and by itself, through the will and loving kindness of its founder, all needful provision for its maintenance and action. And just as the end at which the Church aims is by far the noblest of ends, so is its authority the most exalted of all authority, nor can it be looked upon as inferior to the civil power, or in any manner dependent upon it. In very truth, Jesus Christ gave to his apostles unrestrained authority in regard to things sacred, together with the genuine and most true power of making laws, as also with the twofold right of judging and of punishing, which flows from that power. All power is given to me in heaven and on earth. Going, therefore, teach all nations, teaching them to observe all things whatsoever I have commanded you. And in another place, if he will not hear them, tell the Church. And again, in readiness to revenge all disobedience. And once more, that I may not deal more severely according to the power which the Lord hath given me, unto edification and not unto destruction. Hence it is the Church, and not the state, that is to be man's guide to heaven. It is to the Church that God has assigned the charge of seeing to, and legislating for, all that concerns religion, of teaching all nations, of spreading the Christian faith as widely as possible, in short, of administering freely and without hindrance, in accordance with our own judgment, all matters that fall within its competence. Now this authority, perfect in itself, and plainly meant to be unfeathered, so long assailed by a philosophy that truckles to the state, the Church has never ceased to claim for herself and openly to exercise. The apostles themselves were the first to uphold it, when, being forbidden by the rulers of the synagogue to preach the gospel, they courageously answered, "We must obey God rather than men." This same authority the holy fathers of the Church were always careful to maintain by weighty arguments, according as occasion arose, and the Roman pontiffs have never shrunk from defending it with unbending constancy. Nay, more, princes and all invested with power to rule have themselves approved it, in theory alike and in practice. It cannot be called in question that in the making of treaties, in the transaction of business matters, in the sending and receiving ambassadors, and in the interchange of other kinds of official dealings, they have been wont to treat with the Church as with a supreme and legitimate power. And assuredly all ought to hold that it was not without a singular disposition of God's providence that this power of the Church was provided with a civil sovereignty, as the most sure safeguard of her independence. The Almighty, therefore, has appointed the charge of the human race between two powers, the ecclesiastical and the civil, the one being set over divine, and the other over human things. Each in its kind is supreme, each has fixed limits within which it is contained, limits which are defined by the nature and special object of the province of each, so that there is, we may say, an orbit traced out within which the action of each is brought into play by its own native right. But inasmuch as each of these two powers has authority over the same subjects, and as it might come to pass that one and the same thing, related differently, but still remaining one and the same thing, might belong to the jurisdiction and determination of both, therefore God, who foresees all things, and who is the author of these two powers, has marked out the course of each in right correlation to the other. For the powers that are ordained of God. Were this not so, deplorable contentions and conflicts would often arise, and not infrequently men, like travelers at the meeting of two roads, would hesitate in anxiety and doubt, not knowing what course to follow. Two powers will be commanding contrary things, and it would be a dereliction of duty to disobey either of the two. But it would be most repugnant to deem thus of the wisdom and goodness of God. Even in physical things, albeit of a lower order, the Almighty has so combined the forces and springs of nature with tempered action and wondrous harmony, that no one of them clashes with any other, and all of them most fitly and aptly work together for the great purpose of the universe. There must, accordingly, exist, between these two powers, a certain orderly connection, which may be compared to the union of the soul and body in man. The nature and scope of that connection can be determined only, as we have laid down, by having regard to the nature of each power, and by taking account of the relative excellence and nobleness of their purpose. One of the two has for its proximate and chief object the well-being of this mortal life, the other the everlasting joys of heaven. Whatever, therefore, in things human is of a sacred character, whatever belongs either of its own nature or by reason of the end to which it is referred, to the salvation of souls, or to the worship of God, is subject to the power and judgment of the Church. Whatever is to be ranged under the civil and political order is rightly subject to the civil authority. Jesus Christ has himself given command that what is Caesar's is to be rendered to Caesar, and that what belongs to God is to be rendered to God. There are, nevertheless, occasions when another method of concord is available for the sake of peace and liberty. We mean when rulers of the state and the Roman Pontiff come to an understanding touching some special matter. At such times the Church gives signal proof of her motherly love by showing the greatest possible kindliness and indulgence. Such, then, as we have briefly pointed out, is the Christian organization of civil society, not rashly or fancifully shaped out, but adduced from the highest and truest principles confirmed by natural reason itself. In such an organization of the state, there is nothing that can be thought to infringe upon the dignity of rulers, and nothing unbecoming them. Nay, so far from degrading the sovereign power in its due rights, it adds to it permanence and luster. Indeed, when more fully pondered, this mutual coordination has a perfection in which all other forms of government are lacking, and from which excellent results would flow, were the several component parts to keep their place and duly discharge the office and work appointed respectively for each. And doubtless, in the constitution of the state, such as we have described, divine and human things are equitably shared, the rights of citizens assured to them, and fenced round by divine, by natural, and by human law, the duties incumbent on each one being wisely marked out, and their fulfilment fittingly ensured. In their uncertain and toilsome journey towards the city made without hands, all see that they have safe guides and helpers on their way, and are conscious that others have charge to protect their persons alike and their possessions, and to obtain or preserve for them everything essential for their present life. Furthermore, domestic society acquires that firmness and solidity so needful to it from the holiness of marriage, one and indissoluble, wherein the rights and duties of husband and wife are controlled with wise justice and equity. Due honor is assured to the woman. The authority of the husband is conformed to the pattern afforded by the authority of God. The power of the father is tempered by a due regard for the dignity of the mother and her offspring, and the best possible provision is made for the guardianship, welfare, and education of the children. In political affairs and in all matters civil, the laws aim at securing the common good, and are not framed according to the delusive caprices and opinions of the mass of the people, but by truth and by justice. The ruling powers are invested with a sacredness more than human, and are withheld from deviating from the path of duty and from overstepping the bounds of rightful authority. And the obedience of citizens is rendered with a feeling of honor and dignity, since obedience is not the servitude of man to man, but submission to the will of God, exercising His sovereignty through the medium of men. Now this being recognized as undeniable, it is felt that the high office of rulers should be held in respect, that public authority should be constantly and faithfully obeyed, that no act of sedition should be committed, and that the civic order of the commonwealth should be maintained as sacred. So, also, as to the duties of each one towards his fellow men, mutual forbearance, kindliness, generosity, are placed in the ascendant. The man who is at once a citizen and a Christian is not drawn aside by conflicting obligations, and, lastly, the abundant benefits with which the Christian religion, of its very nature, endows even the mortal life of man, are acquired for the community and civil society, and this to such an extent that it may be said in sober truth, the condition of the commonwealth depends on the religion with which God is worshipped, and between one and the other there exists an intimate and abiding connection. Admirably, according to his wont, does St. Augustine in many passages enlarge upon the potency of these advantages, but nowhere more markedly and to the point than when he addresses the Catholic Church in the following words: "Thou dost teach and train children with much tenderness, young men with much vigor, old men with much gentleness, as the age not of the body alone, but of the mind of each requires. Women thou dost subject to their husbands in chaste and faithful obedience, not for the gratifying of their lust, but for bringing forth children, and for having a share in the family concerns. Thou dost set husbands over their wives, not that they may play false to the weaker sex, but according to the requirements of sincere affection. Thou dost subject children to their parents in a kind of free service, and dost establish parents over their children with a benign rule. Thou joinest together, not in society only, but in a sort of brotherhood, citizen with citizen, nation with nation, and the whole race of men, by reminding them of their common parentage. Thou teachest kings to look to the interests of their people, and dost admonish the people to be submissive to their kings. With all care dost thou teach all to whom honor is due, and affection, and reverence, and fear, consolation, and admonition, and exhortation, and discipline, and reproach, and punishment. Thou showest that all these are not equally incumbent on all, but that charity is owing to all, and wrongdoing to none. And in another place, blaming the false wisdom of certain time-saving philosophers, he observes: "But those who say that the teaching of Christ is hurtful to the state, produce such armies as the maxims of Jesus have enjoined soldiers to bring into being, such governors of provinces, such husbands and wives, such parents and children, such masters and servants, such kings, such judges, and such payers and collectors of tribute, as the Christian teaching instructs them to become. And then let them dare to say that such teaching is hurtful to the state. Nay, rather will they hesitate to own that this discipline, if duly acted up to, is the very mainstay of the commonwealth. There was once a time when states were governed by the principles of gospel teaching. Then it was that the power and divine virtue of Christian wisdom had diffused itself throughout the laws, institutions, and morals of the people, penetrating all ranks and relations of civil society. Then, too, the religion instituted by Jesus Christ, established firmly in befitting dignity, flourished everywhere by the favor of princes and the legitimate protection of the magistrates. And Church and State were happily united in concord and friendly interchange of good offices. The State, constituted in this wise, bore fruits important beyond all expectation, whose remembrance is still and always will be in renown, witnessed to as they are by countless proofs which can never be blotted out or even obscured by any craft of any enemies. Christian Europe has subdued barbarous nations and changed them from a savage to a civilized condition, from superstition to true worship. It victoriously rolled back the tide of Mohammedan conquest, retained the headship of civilization, stood forth in the front rank as the leader and teacher of all, in every branch of national culture, bestowed on the world the gift of true and many-sided liberty, and most wisely founded very numerous institutions for the solace of human suffering. And if we inquire how it was able to bring about so altered a condition of things, the answer is, beyond all question, in large measure, through religion, under whose auspices so many great undertakings were set on foot, through whose aid they were brought to completion. A similar state of things would certainly have continued had the agreement of the two powers been lasting. More important results even might have been justly looked for, had obedience waited upon the authority, teaching, and counsels of the Church, and had the submission been specially marked by greater and more unswerving loyalty. For that should be regarded in the light of ever-changeless law, which Ivo of Chartres wrote to Pope Paschal II. When kingdom and priesthood are at one, in complete accord, the world is well ruled, and the Church flourishes, and brings forth abundant fruit. But when they are at variance, not only smaller interests prosper not, but even things of greatest moment fall into deplorable decay. Sad it is to call to mind how the harmful and lamentable rage for innovation, which rose to a climax in the 16th century, threw first of all into confusion the Christian religion, and next, by natural sequence, invaded the precincts of philosophy, whence it spread amongst all classes of society. From this source, as from a fountain-head, burst forth all those latter tenets of unbridled license, which, in the midst of the terrible upheavals of the last century, were widely conceived and boldly proclaimed as the principles and foundation of that new jurisprudence, which was not merely previously unknown, but was at variance on many points with not only the Christian, but even with the natural law. Among these principles the main one lays down that as all men are alike by race and nature, so in like manner are all equal in the control of their life, and that each one is so far his own master as to be in no sense under the rule of any other individual, that each is free to think on every subject just as he may choose, and to do whatever he may like to do, that no man has any right to rule over other men. In a society grounded upon such maxims, all government is nothing more nor less than the will of the people, and the people being under the power of itself alone, is alone its own ruler. It does choose, nevertheless, some to whom charge it may commit itself, but in such wise that it makes over to them not the right so much as the business of governing, to be exercised, however, in its name. The authority of God is passed over in silence, just as if there were no God, or as if he cared nothing for human society, or as if men, whether in their individual capacity or bound together in social relations, owed nothing to God, or as if there could be a government of which the whole origin and power and authority did not reside in God itself. Then, as is evident, a state became nothing but a multitude, which is its own master and ruler. And since the populace is declared to contain within itself the spring-head of all rights and of all power, it follows that the state does not consider itself bound by any kind of duty towards God. Moreover, it believes that it is not obliged to make public profession of any religion, or to inquire which of the very many religions is the only one true, or to prefer one religion to all the rest, or to show to any form of religion special favor, but on the contrary is bound to grant equal rights to every creed, so that public order may not be disturbed by any particular form of religious belief. And it is a part of this theory that all questions that concern religion are to be referred to private judgment, that every one is to be free to follow whatever religion he prefers, or none at all if he disapprove of all. From this the following consequences logically flow: that the judgment of each one's conscience is independent of all law, that the most unrestrained opinions may be openly expressed as to the practice or omission of divine worship, and that every one has unbounded license to think whatever he chooses, and to publish abroad whatever he thinks. Now when the state rests on foundations like those just named, and for the time being they are greatly in favor, it readily appears into what and how unrightful a position the Church is driven. For when the management of public business is in harmony with doctrines of such a kind, the Catholic religion is allowed a standing in civil society equal only, or inferior, to societies alien from it. No regard is paid to the laws of the Church, and she who by the order and commission of Jesus Christ has the duty of teaching all nations, finds herself forbidden to take any part in the instruction of the people. With reference to matters that are of twofold jurisdiction, they who administer the civil power lay down the law at their own will, and in matters that appertain to religion, defiantly put aside the most sacred decrees of the Church. They claim jurisdiction over the marriage of Catholics, even over the bond as well as the unity and the indissolubility of matrimony. They lay hands on the goods of the clergy, contending that the Church cannot possess property. Lastly, they treat the Church with such arrogance that, rejecting entirely her title to the nature and rights of a perfect society, they hold that she differs in no respect from other societies in the state, and for this reason possesses no right nor any legal power of action, save that which she holds by the concession in favor of the government. If in any state the Church retains her own right, and this with the approval of the civil law, owing to an agreement publicly entered into by the two powers, men forthwith begin to cry out that matters affecting the Church must be separated from those of the state. Their object in uttering this cry is to be able to violate unpunished their plighted faith, and in all things to have unchecked control. And as a Church, unable to abandon her chiefest and most sacred duties, cannot patiently put up with this, and ask that the pledge given to her be fully and scrupulously acted up to, contentions frequently arise between the ecclesiastical and the civil power, of which the issue commonly is that the weaker power yields to the one which is stronger in human resources. Accordingly, it has become the practice and determination, under this condition of public polity, now so much admired by many, either to forbid the action of the Church altogether, or to keep her in check and bondage to the state. Public enactments are in great measure framed with this design. The drawing up of laws, the administration of state affairs, the godless education of youth, the spoliation and suppression of religious orders, the overthrow of the temporal power of the Roman Pontiff, all alike aim at this one end, to paralyze the action of Christian institutions, to cramp to the utmost the freedom of the Catholic Church, and to curtail her every single prerogative. Now, natural reason itself proves convincingly that such concepts of the government of a state are wholly at variance with the truth. Nature itself bears witness that all power of every kind has its origin from God, who is its chief and most august source. The sovereignty of the people, however, and this without any reference to God, is held to reside in the multitude, which is doubtless a doctrine exceedingly well calculated to flatter and to inflame many passions, but which lacks all reasonable proof, and all power of ensuring public safety and preserving order. Indeed, from the prevalence of this teaching, things have come to such a pass that many hold as an axiom of civil jurisprudence that seditions may be rightfully fostered. For the opinion prevails that princes are nothing more than delegates chosen to carry out the will of the people, whence it necessarily follows that all things are as changeable as the will of the people, so that risk of public disturbance is ever hanging over our heads. To hold, therefore, that there is no difference in matters of religion between forms that are unlike each other, and even contrary to each other, most clearly leads, in the end, to the rejection of all religion in both theory and practice. And this is the same thing as atheism, however it may differ from it in name. Men who really believe in the existence of God must, in order to be consistent with themselves and to avoid absurd conclusions, understand that differing modes of divine worship, involving dissimilarity and conflict even on most important points, cannot be equally probable, equally good, and equally acceptable to God. So too the liberty of thinking and of publishing whatsoever each one likes, without any hindrance, is not in itself an advantage over which society can wisely rejoice. On the contrary, it is the fountain-head and origin of many evils. Liberty is a power perfecting man, and hence should have truth and goodness for its object. But the character of goodness and truth cannot be changed at option. These remain ever one and the same, and are no less unchangeable than nature herself. If the mind assents to false opinions, and the will chooses and follows after what is wrong, neither can attain its native fullness, but both must fall from their native dignity into an abyss of corruption. Whatever, therefore, is opposed to virtue and truth may not rightly be brought temptingly before the eye of man, much less sanctioned by the favor and protection of the law. A well-spent life is the only passport to heaven, whither all are bound, and on this account the state is acting against the laws and dictates of nature whenever it permits the license of opinion and of action to lead minds astray from truth and souls away from the practice of virtue. To exclude the Church, founded by God Himself, from the business of life, from the power of making laws, from the training of youth, from domestic society, is a grave and fatal error. A state from which religion is banished can never be well regulated, and already perhaps more than is desirable is known of the nature and tendency of the so-called civil philosophy of life and morals. The Church of Christ is the true and sole teacher of virtue and guardian of morals. She it is who preserves in their purity the principles from which duties flow, and by setting forth most urgent reasons for virtuous life, bids us not only to turn away from wicked deeds, but even to curb all movements of the mind that are opposed to reason, even though they be not carried out in action. To wish the Church to be subject to the civil power in the exercise of her duty is a great folly and a sheer injustice. Whenever this is the case, order is disturbed, for things natural are put above things supernatural. The many benefits which the Church, if free to act, would confer on society are either prevented or at least lessened in number, and a way is prepared for enmities and contentions between the two powers, with how evil result to both the issue of events has taught us only too frequently. Doctrines such as these, which cannot be approved by human reason, and most seriously affect the whole civil order, our predecessors, the Roman Pontiffs, well aware of what their apostolic office required of them, have never allowed to pass uncondemned. Thus Gregory XVI, in his encyclical letter Morari Vos, of date August 15, 1832, inveighed with weighty words against the sophisms which even at his time were being publicly inculcated, namely, that no preference should be shown for any particular form of worship, that it is right for individuals to form their own personal judgments about religion, that each man's conscience is his sole and all-sufficing guide, and that it is lawful for every man to publish his own views, whatever they may be, and even to conspire against the state. On the question of the separation of Church and State, the same Pontiff writes as follows: "Nor can we hope for happier results, either for religion or for the civil government, from the wishes of those who desire that the Church be separated from the State, and the concord between the secular and ecclesiastical authority be dissolved. It is clear that these men, who yearn for a shameless liberty, live in dread of an agreement which has always been fraught with good, and advantageous alike to sacred and civil interests. To the like effect, also, as occasion presented itself, did Pius IX brand publicly many false opinions which were gaining ground, and afterwards ordered them to be condensed in summary form, in order that in the sea of error Catholics might have a light which they might safely follow." Footnote: it will suffice to indicate a few of them. Proposition 19. The Church is not a true, perfect, and wholly independent society, possessing its own unchanging rights conferred upon it by its divine founder, but it is for the civil power to determine what are the rights of the Church and the limits within which it may use them. Proposition 39. The State, as the origin and source of all rights, enjoys a right that is unlimited. Proposition 55. The Church must be separated from the State, and the State from the Church. Proposition 79. It is untrue that the civil liberty of every form of worship, and the full power given to all of openly and publicly manifesting whatever opinions and thoughts lead to the more or ready corruption of the minds and morals of the people, and to the spread of the plague of religious indifference. From these pronouncements of the Pope, it is evident that the origin of public power is to be sought for in God Himself, and not in the multitude, and that it is repugnant to reason to allow free scope for sedition. Again, that it is not lawful for the state, any more than for the individual, either to disregard all religious duties, or to hold in equal favor different kinds of religion, that the unrestrained freedom of thinking and of openly making known one's thoughts is not inherent in the rights of citizens, and is by no means to be reckoned worthy of favor and support. In like manner, it is to be understood that the Church, no less than the state itself, is a society perfect in its own nature and its own right, and that those who exercise sovereignty ought not to act as to compel the Church to become subservient or subject to them, or to hamper her liberty in the management of her own affairs, or to despoil her in any way of the other privileges conferred upon her by Jesus Christ. In matters, however, of mixed jurisdiction, it is in the highest degree consonant to nature, as also to the designs of God, that so far from one of the powers separating itself from the other, or still less coming into conflict with it, complete harmony, such as is suited to the end for which each power exists, should be preserved between them. This, then, is the teaching of the Catholic Church concerning the constitution and government of the state. By the words and decrees just cited, if judged dispassionately, no one of the several forms of government is in itself condemned, inasmuch as none of them contains anything contrary to Catholic doctrine, and all of them are capable, if wisely and justly managed, to ensure the welfare of the state. Neither is it blameworthy in itself, in any manner, for the people to have a share, greater or less, in the government, for at certain times, and under certain laws, such participation may not only be of benefit to the citizens, but may even be of obligation. Nor is there any reason why any one should accuse the Church of being wanting in gentleness of action or largeness of view, or of being opposed to real and lawful liberty. The Church, indeed, deems it unlawful to place the various forms of divine worship on the same footing as the true religion, but does not, on that account, condemn those rulers who, for the sake of securing some great good or of hindering some great evil, allow patiently custom or usage to be a kind of sanction for each kind of religion, having its place in the state. And in fact, the Church is wont to take earnest heed that no one shall be forced to embrace the Catholic faith against his will, for as St. Augustine wisely reminds us, man cannot believe otherwise than of his own free will. In the same way, the Church cannot approve of that liberty which begets a contempt of the most sacred laws of God, and cast off the obedience due to lawful authority, for this is not liberty so much as license, and is most correctly styled by St. Augustine the liberty of self-ruin, and by the Apostle St. Peter the cloak of malice. Indeed, since it is opposed to reason, it is a true slavery, for whomsoever committeth sin is the slave of sin. On the other hand, that liberty is truly genuine, and to be sought after, which in regard to the individual does not allow men to be the slaves of error and of passion, the worst of all masters, which, too, in public administration, guides the citizens in wisdom and provides for them increased means of well-being, and which, further, protects the state from foreign interference. This honorable liberty, alone worthy of human beings, the Church approves most highly, and has never slackened her endeavor to preserve, strong and unchanged, among nations. And in truth, whatever in the state is of chief avail for the common welfare, whatever has been usefully established to curb the license of rulers who are opposed to the true interests of the people, or to keep in check the leading authorities from unwarrantably interfering in municipal or family affairs, whatever tends to uphold the honor, manhood, and equal rights of individual citizens. Of all these things, as the monuments of past ages bear witness, the Catholic Church has always been the originator, the promoter, or the guardian. Ever therefore consistent with herself, while on the other hand she rejects the exorbitant liberty which in individuals and in nations ends in license or in thraldom. On the other hand, she willingly and most gladly welcomes whatever improvements the age brings forth, if these really secure the prosperity of life here below, which is, as it were, a stage in the journey to a life that will know no ending. Therefore, when it is said that the Church is jealous of modern political systems, and that she repudiates the discoveries of modern research, the charge is a ridiculous and groundless calumny. Wild opinions she does repudiate, wicked and seditious projects she does condemn, together with that habit of mind which points to the beginning of a wilful departure from God. But as all truth must necessarily proceed from God, the Church recognizes in all truth that is reached by research a trace of the divine intelligence. And as all truth in the natural order is powerless to destroy belief in the teachings of revelation, but can do much to confirm it, and as every newly discovered truth may serve to further the knowledge or the praise of God, it follows that whatsoever spreads the range of knowledge will always be willingly and even joyfully welcomed by the Church. She will always encourage and promote, as she does in other branches of knowledge, all study occupied with the investigation of nature. In these pursuits, should the human intellect discover anything not known before, the Church makes no opposition. She never objects to search being made for things that minister to the refinements and comforts of life. So far indeed from opposing these, she is now, as she ever has been, hostile alone to indolence and sloth, and earnestly wishes that the talents of men may bear more and more abundant fruit by cultivation and exercise. Moreover, she gives encouragement to every kind of art and handicraft, and through her influence, directing all strivings after progress towards virtue and salvation, she labors to prevent man's intellect and industry from turning him away from God and from heavenly things. All this, though so reasonable and full of counsel, finds little favor nowadays, when states not only refuse to conform to the rule of Christian wisdom, but seem even anxious to recede from them further and further on each successive day. Nevertheless, since truth, when brought to light, is wont, of its own nature, to spread itself far and wide, and gradually take possession of the minds of men, we, moved by the great and holy duty of our apostolic mission to all nations, speak, as we are bound to do, with freedom. Our eyes are not closed to the spirit of the times. We repudiate not the assured and useful improvements of our age, but devoutly wish affairs of state to take a safer course than they are now taking, and to rest on a more firm foundation without injury to the true freedom of the people. For the best parent and guardian of liberty amongst men is truth. The truth shall make you free. If in the difficult times in which our lot is cast, Catholics will give ear to us, as it behooves them to do, they will readily see what are the duties of each one in matters of opinion as well as action. As regards opinion, whatever the Roman Pontiffs have hitherto taught, or shall hereafter teach, must be held with a firm grasp of mind, and so often as occasion requires, must be openly professed. Especially with reference to the so-called liberties, which are so greatly coveted in these days, all must stand by the judgment of the Apostolic See, and have the same mind. Let no man be deceived by the outward appearance of these liberties, but let each one reflect whence these have had their origin, and by what efforts they are everywhere upheld and promoted. Experience has made us well acquainted with their results to the state, since everywhere they have borne fruits which the good and wise bitterly deplore. If there really exists anywhere, or if we in imagination conceive, a state waging wanton and tyrannical war against Christianity, and if we compare with it the modern form of government just described, this latter may seem the more endurable of the two. Yet, undoubtedly, the principles on which such a government is grounded are, as we have said, of a nature which no one can approve. Secondly, action may relate to private and domestic matters, or to matters public. As to private affairs, the first duty is to conform life and conduct to the gospel precepts, and to refuse to shrink from this duty when Christian virtue demands some sacrifice, difficult to make. All, moreover, are bound to love the Church as their common mother, to obey her laws, promote her honor, defend her rights, and to endeavor to make her respected and loved by those over whom they have authority. It is also of great moment to the public welfare to take a prudent part in the business of municipal administration, and to endeavor above all to introduce effectual measures, so that, as becomes a Christian people, public provision may be made for the instruction of youth in religion and true morality. Upon these things the well-being of every state greatly depends. Furthermore, it is in general fitting and salutary that Catholics should extend their efforts beyond this restricted sphere, and give their attention to national politics. We say "in general," because these our precepts are addressed to all nations. However, it may in some places be true that, for most urgent and just reasons, it is by no means expedient for Catholics to engage in public affairs or to take an active part in politics. Nevertheless, as we have laid down, to take no share in public matters would be equally as wrong. We speak in general, as not to have concern for, or not to bestow labor upon, the common good. And this all the more because Catholics are admonished, by the very doctrines which they profess, to be upright and faithful in the discharge of duty, while if they hold aloft men whose principles offer but small guarantee for the welfare of the state, will the more readily seize the reins of government. This would tend also to the injury of the Christian religion, forasmuch as those would come into power who are badly disposed towards the Church, and those who are willing to befriend her would be deprived of all influence. It follows, therefore, clearly, that Catholics have just reason for taking part in the conduct of public affairs. For in doing so, they assume not the responsibility of approving what is blameworthy in the actual methods of government, but seek to turn these very methods, so far as is possible, to the genuine and true public good, and to use their best endeavors at the same time to infuse, as it were, into all the veins of the state the healthy sap and blood of Christian wisdom and virtue. The morals and ambitions of the heathens differed widely from those of the gospel, yet Christians were to be seen living undefiled everywhere in the midst of pagan superstition, and, while always true to themselves, coming to the front boldly whenever an opening was presented. Models of loyalty to their rulers, submissive as far as was permitted to the sovereign power, they shed around them on every side a halo of sanctity. They strove to be helpful to their brethren, and to attract others to the wisdom of Jesus Christ, yet were bravely ready to withdraw from public life, nay, even to lay down their life, if they could not without loss of virtue retain honors, dignities, and offices. For this reason Christian ways and manners speedily found their way not only into private houses, but into the camp, the senate, and even the imperial palaces. "We are but of yesterday," wrote Tertullian, "yet we swarm in all your institutions, we crowd your cities, islands, villages, towns, assemblies, the army itself, your wards and corporations, the palace, the senate, and the law courts." So that the Christian faith, when once it became lawful to make public profession of the gospel, appeared in most of the cities of Europe, not like an infant crying in its cradle, but already grown up and full of vigor. In those our days it is well to revive these examples of our forefathers. First and foremost, it is the duty of all Catholics worthy of the name, and wishful to be known as most loving children of the Church, to reject without swerving whatever is inconsistent with so fair a title, to make use of popular institutions so far as can honestly be done for the advancement of truth and righteousness, to strive that liberty of action shall not transgress the bounds marked out by nature and the law of God, to endeavor to bring back all civil society to the pattern and form of Christianity which we have described. It is barely possible to lay down any fixed method by which such purposes are to be attained, because the means adopted must suit places and times widely different from one another. Nevertheless, above all things, unity of aim must be preserved, and similarity must be sought after in all plans of action. Both these objects will be carried into effect without fail, if all will follow the guidance of the Apostolic See as their rule of life, and obey the bishops whom the Holy Ghost has placed to rule the Church of God. The defense of Catholicism, indeed, necessarily demands that in the profession of doctrines taught by the Church all shall be of one mind, and all steadfast in believing, and care must be taken never to connive in any way at false opinions, never to withstand them less strenuously than truth allows. In mere matters of opinion it is permissible to discuss things with moderation, with the desire of searching into the truth, without unjust suspicion or angry recrimination. Hence, lest concord be broken by rash charges, let this be understood by all, that the integrity of Catholic faith cannot be reconciled with opinions verging on naturalism or rationalism, the essence of which is utterly to sterilize Christianity, and to install in society the supremacy of man to the exclusion of God. Further, it is unlawful to follow one line of conduct in private and another in public, respecting privately the authority of the Church, but publicly rejecting it. For this would amount to joining together good and evil, and to putting man in conflict with himself, whereas he ought always to be consistent, and never in the least point, nor in any condition of life, to swerve from Christian virtue. But in matters merely political, as for instance the best form of government, and this or that system of administration, a difference of opinion is lawful. Those, therefore, whose piety is in other respects known, and whose minds are ready to accept in all obedience the decrees of the Apostolic See, cannot in justice be accounted as bad men, because they disagree as to subjects. We have mentioned, and still graver wrongs will be done them if, as we have more than once perceived with regret, they are seen of violating or of wavering in the Catholic faith, cannot in justice be accounted as bad men, because they disagree as to subjects we have mentioned, and still graver wrong will be done them if, as we have more than once perceived with regret, they are accused of violating or of wavering in the Catholic faith. Let this be well borne in mind by all who are in the habit of publishing their opinions, and above all by journalists. In the endeavor to secure interests of the higher order, there is no room for intestine strife or party rivalries, since all should aim with one mind and purpose to make safe that which is the common object of all, the maintenance of religion and of the state. If, therefore, there have hitherto been dissensions, let them henceforth be gladly buried in oblivion. If rash or injurious acts have been committed, whoever may have been at fault, let mutual charity make amends, and let the past be redeemed by a special submission of all to the Apostolic See. In this way Catholics will attain two most excellent results. They will become helpers to the Church in preserving and propagating Christian wisdom, and they will confer the greatest benefit on civil society, the safety of which is exceedingly imperilled by evil teachings and bad passions. This, venerable brethren, is what we have thought it our duty to expound to all nations of the Catholic world, touching the Christian constitution of states and the duties of individual citizens. It behooves us now with earnest prayer to implore the protection of Heaven, beseeching God, who alone can enlighten the minds of men and move their will, to bring about these happy ends for which we yearn and strive, for His greater glory and the general salvation of mankind. As a happy augury of the divine benefits, and in token of our paternal benevolence to you, venerable brothers, and to the clergy, and to the whole people committed to your charge and vigilance, we grant lovingly in the Lord the Apostolic benediction. End of Section 6.